We are live on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, well, you didn't see a run in the last two games from the Philadelphia Phillies. Is that more of a surprise, or is Joel Embiid being ruled out for the game tonight more of a surprise? Which one? Joel apparently is sick. He is out tonight with an illness as the Sixers take on the Rockets in kind of a must-win situation. Sixers-Rockets tonight. Joel has been ruled out. I don't know why. I mean, this is Mickey Mouse ridiculousness now. Look, if he did something wrong, just say it. He didn't show up to a meeting, the fans will take your side, Sixers. If he didn't show up to a video session or a meeting, he can't really still be sick, can he? He just scored 34 points in 39 minutes the other night on Monday. They haven't played in 2 nights. How did he get sick? Again. Embiid out tonight for the Sixers. You can listen to the game on Rock 104.1. We'll pick it up in progress on 97.3 ESPN. The Flyers tonight, they take on the Red Wings as they pursue an opportunity to get back to the playoffs for the first time in 5 years. Holy moly, it's been 5 years for the Flyers to get back to the playoffs. And listen, Flyers tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Looking forward to it. Flyers Red Wings, they just played Detroit a week ago. They lost that game, so keep that in mind. It's not a fait accompli that they're going to go roll the Red Wings tonight. And then the Phillies offense, which is a problem. I tweeted out last night, and this is just, thoughts on the game, thoughts on what's happening here. Just an innocent tweet. I wasn't asking to get bombarded with answers here. Just want to get my thoughts out there. And I tweeted out this. Tweeting out is the wrong word. I know. It's posting. I posted out. The Phillies lineup is very flawed. Same as before. Not sure how they neglected this again. They are too left-handed. They're not good enough platoon options versus left-handed pitching. Adding Crawford was fine, but he's another left-handed bat. Here's another one for you. Which analytic has Bryson Stott hitting number 5 in anybody's lineup anywhere? Like, if Bryson Stott walked up to your local high school team, the high school coach isn't saying, you know where this guy profiles perfectly? A 5-hitter. This is comical. Comical that any analytic that you would look at says Bryson Stott in the 5-hole, man, he's a perfect fit. Now, I know this team does not have a perfect fit for the 4 spot, the 5 spot, and most spots in this lineup. But Bryson Stott ain't it. Of all spots in the lineup, Bryson Stott would profile for 4 and 5 are the 2 last ones on the list. So he will likely be moved. There is some reports going on that the Phillies are going to shake their lineup up tomorrow night when they come home against Arizona. Look, they will likely be fine and win a lot of games. But a deep playoff run with this group? Nah. Don't see it. You all watch what I just watched the last 2 days. The same old story, the same old song and dance. I have this team winning 98 games. I'm not talking about they can't win a lot of games. I know they'll win a lot of games with this offense, but there's no way this offense is going to face pitching that they faced during the playoffs and do anything. And now it's to the point where you've neglected it after 2022. You went out and got Trey Turner. So you didn't neglect it then. You went out and got a guy. I've talked about Trey Turner a lot. My man was never worth $300 million. Never. Now they went out and got Trey Turner. 2023, Trey Turner showed you he wasn't the man you thought he was. So there's problem number 1. Because somebody tweeted back to me and said, hey, Mike, how can you see this, but they can't? They can. Here's the problem. Money. They spent too much of it, and they're not getting the production. They're not getting the production from the money that they spent. Now, it's early, and I'm not saying they can't turn around, but Trey Turner is not worth $300 million. So you're not getting $300 million of production from him. You paid Schwarber $30 million a year now. He got an upgrade, and so far he's gotten off to a little bit of a slow start. I'm not ruling out that he turns it around, but I will tell you this. I think it's far-fetched that Kyle Schwarber meets the numbers that he hit a year ago. So even if Schwarber has a good year, I don't think he's hitting 56 home runs. And then there's Bryce Harper, who's good, but he's not $30 million a year good anymore. You know, that's what ends up happening. You pay a guy in sports, and generally people want to get paid more every year, right? Inflation, things go up, cost goes up. So it's like if I made $10 million this year, I want 12 the next year. Then I want 14. Then I want. You never want to go backwards. But in sports, your performance goes backwards. So should too your salary. Theoretically. Now, I know that will never happen. But Bryce Harper was worth $30 million in 2019 and 2020 and 2021 and 2022. Right now, he's not producing like $30 million. But I can't, how dare I say, hey, Bryce, you're not worth $30 million. He might go out and get a T-shirt. And if he wears the T-shirt and then he tells you, that didn't bother me, well, why are you wearing the T-shirt, bro? Where'd you get that T-shirt? Somebody made it for me. So you put it on? It's like the idiot who decides to be a Cowboys fan because their uncle used to watch the Cowboys and the star on the helmet was so cool in 1973. And then you weren't smart enough to say, I don't live in Dallas. I might as well cheer for somebody else. You have now become the Bryce Harper of the football rooting world. Congratulations. Because Bryce Harper is every bit a part of the problem. The guy who tweeted at me last night, why can you see it and they can't? Oh, they see it. They just can't afford to change it. And the Phillies are in a situation where, listen, they're locked into a lot of declining offensive players. As I mentioned, Turner, never worth $300 million. Harper, he's good, not great. Real Muto, not a $15 million offensive player. Good player still. Offense, not $15 million offensive player. So you have $15 million wrapped into a number 8 hole hitter. And I'm sure Schwarber will be fine, but it's going to be hard to top what he did last year. So why don't they see it? And I do. It's not just me there. Everybody sees it, including Dave Dombrowski. Because he's going to the owner and saying, hey, listen, we paid these guys a lot of money. And the owner's saying, well, they ain't producing. Well, if you want to make the improvements, I need more money. And that owner's saying, not happening. Not happening, yo. Not happening. We'll win our 96 games. My ballpark will be filled. We got the All-Star game coming this year. Hold off on those improvements. They're paying $20 million to a mistake they made in Nick Castellanos. They're picking up the check for $18 million on Taijuan Walker, who gives up 7 runs and 3 runs in the first 2 innings that he has pitched this season. That's $38 million of wasted production in Castellanos and Taijuan Walker. So back to the tweet. Why don't they see this? Oh, they do. It's a hard check to write, though, man. Can you imagine being in that accounting department and having to print out the check every 15th and 30th that says, Nick Castellanos, here's a $20 million check for you. Taijuan Walker, here's an $18 million check for you. $30 million for Schwarber. Another 30 for Harper. Another 30 for oh, jeez. What is my ROI here? 6-6 against Colorado. You know, there's 10 teams in the National League that have a 500 or better record. 2 teams in the league are under 500. The Phillies have played them both. Washington and San Francisco. So you're 6-6. You've played Colorado, who won 44 games last year. You've played Washington, who, let's be honest, I don't believe there's a lot of high expectations in the nation's capital right now. San Francisco, probably mid. Am I hip with that term, Josh? Mid? That's about where San Francisco would be on the list. Texas, I would say, is mid. So you haven't exactly played Harvey's wallbangers here, and you're 6-6. What's going to happen when this season gets moving and this offense stays the same? You better hope that, in the great words of Charlie Manuel, a hitting season is here before we know it. And by the way, it's been a little warmer in these early weeks of the season than generally. You know, a lot of times you get that home opener. It's bitter cold out there. You got like a 70-degree day in the home opener. That being said, are we hitting the panic button? No. But if there is a decline, and the decline is maybe small, let's just say a small decline, okay? Can I use the word small decline? That's fine. A little small decline. From Turner, Harper, even Schwarber. Throw him in there too. I mean, maybe he goes from 56 homers to 48 homers. Maybe Schwarber, who last year, by the way, was an on-base machine, and he's high on base right now, too. His numbers on the on base, he's walking a lot. He is striking out a ton. But right now, Schwarber is hitting a robust 195. 389 on base is outstanding, by the way, so I can't sit here and rip him there. But let's just say his power numbers go down. Last year, you had 287 out of Bohm. He's at 186 right now. Now, he doesn't hit for power. We know that. But let's just say he's 287 goes down to 277. Everybody just takes a small decrease. Is that enough to knock this team out of the playoffs? I don't know. To me, the pitching is so good that you'll just ass backwards yourself into like 85 wins. Now, I have you at 98 wins, Philadelphia. Can you find a way to win 13 games with your offense this year? Now, that's probably an unbalanced way to put this. They're not going to win 85 games just on pitching. Because if you can't score like yesterday, it doesn't matter if the pitcher gives up one run, you're not winning. Now, do I think they're going to get shut out for the next 157 games? Probably not. Although with this lineup, I wouldn't be all that surprised. Now, am I more surprised that Joel's not playing tonight? No. I mean, jeez. I'm looking this over real quick here. Adam Aronson, Sixers Adam, on Twitter, he put out the timeline of Embiid's, I don't even know what to call this anymore. It's a sideshow circus is what this has become. But the initial injury report and status for Embiid going back to April 1st, all right? April 1st against Washington was not listed on the injury report. He did not play. On the 3rd against Minnesota, he was doubtful, and he played in the game. Detroit, he was listed as out, and he did not play. Monday, he was not listed on the injury report. He did play in the game. Today, he was not listed on the initial injury report, which was yesterday, and now all of a sudden he is out. So he wasn't sick yesterday. He got sick again today? I don't think this smells right. This smell test ain't sitting right with me here.
Well, it goes back to the whole he said about Harper, right? It's the idea that Harper was the guy who said, I didn't make the shirt. Someone just gave it to me. Like we all called baloney on that. Well, we got to call baloney on the fact that Joel last week, remember on April Fool's Day, was saying, I'm fine, I can play.
Well, it's come out since we've talked to, Michael Kasky-Blomain was on Tuesday's show, and he said, look, he did not show up to a film session, apparently, and they were kind of penalizing him. Now, you could have come out and said that. I think that would have helped everybody involved in this situation here.
Which is the history of the Sixers, by the way, right? How many times have they not told us things when they just should have told us things?
Because guess what? If Joel didn't show up to the shoot-around or the film session or wherever he needed to be at, then he should be penalized.
And everybody would understand.
And everybody would understand it. And listen, I don't know too many people who are out there outwardly trying to take Joel Embiid's side in anything. Most people are done with Joel. But the team is now putting him in a position where you're like, well, I can't imagine Joel says I can't play today. He hasn't played. They haven't played since Monday. I said there was 0.0% in my mind that Joel did not want to play in the game on Saturday against Detroit. 0.0. Now, I know it was a back-to-back, but I bet you Joel Embiid, now I could be wrong. I'm just saying, in my mind, there was 0.0% chance that Joel said, I am unavailable tonight. I am not playing. I just do not believe that at all. He played on Monday night. You know what makes the Sixers look like a bunch of buffoons right now? He plays Monday night. He played 39 minutes in the game. He scores 34 points. He's about the only guy who gave half an effort in the game.
He's the only guy who showed up in the second half.
They had 2 days off since, and now he's sick. Now, he was not on the injury report yesterday.
Nope.
The NBA has to put out an injury report. He was not listed. How did he get sick?
Do you think the NBA investigates the Sixers now like they did with Giannis and the Bucks?
They have to. Now, Adam Aronson tweeted this out 18 minutes ago. This is what happened the last time Embiid was upgraded from out to available, because that has happened too. He has been listed as out and then played.
Correct.
The Sixers got fined $100,000. Now, do you think $100,000 would make them not change their mind? So there is, I guess, a possibility. That was on December the 3rd, by the way, that they did that. They ruled him out, and then he did go from out to in. So how do you say he's out at, he was added to the injury report at 1:15 today. That was an hour ago. How do you go, how are you, if you have an illness, now unless you, I have not been sick very often in my life, so I can't really, I'm not very compassionate to someone who tells me they're sick and they can't perform.
I know.
Just doesn't resonate with me, okay? I've never called out sick a day in my life. You're telling me at 1:15 he might not feel better in 4 hours from now and say, you know what, guys, I might be able to give you 15 minutes tonight. This is what I just don't understand. And by the way, this game's somewhat important tonight. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there who are just done with this team and out on the Sixers altogether. However, one of the prerequisites of the season was to get Joel, deliver him to the playoffs healthy. And we all thought that he could get there healthy. But what if I know he's missed games because of gastroenteritis. That's happened before.
Yep.
Broken face, Bell's palsy. But this one might even take the cake on that. How do you top Bell's palsy, for God's sakes? How do you top gastroenteritis? Yes, he did play with Bell's palsy. Pretty good, by the way. I think he had 50 in that game.
But that's the more frustrating part, is that he played with worse things than just, I woke up not feeling well this morning.
Well, we've had some bizarre stuff happen. This is almost taking it. How is he sick for 2 weeks? And he played in the middle of now being sick. And, oh, by the way, he played 39 minutes and scored 34 points. It wasn't like he was out there laboring away. In the game against San Antonio, he's the only guy that gave a bleep. By the way, the Sixers didn't play last night. They fell to the 8th spot because the Magic beat the Heat. But if the Sixers beat the Rockets tonight and Toronto loses to the Heat, they play again. They're playing a back-to-back, Toronto and Miami. And Philly wins tonight, they would jump over Toronto, or actually move back into the 6th spot. They would be tied with Toronto, but they have the tiebreaker over the Magic. The Raptors. So that would be – so the game tonight matters is my point.
Yes, tonight matters.
And we're going to talk to Paul Hudrick at 3:30 today. We were talking about this the other day. I guess MKB was on Tuesday's show. You would think that Joel would try to play tonight because the Rockets is the tougher game. You try to steal this game tonight in Houston. Now, they have beat the Rockets earlier this year. And then tomorrow you're playing against a team that's tanking. So you hope to win the game tonight with Joel. He doesn't play on the back-to-back because
he's Joel.
It's just the way it goes, right? A professional athlete, apparently, in 2026 just can't give it the old college try 2 nights in a row.
I just call it he's Joel.
So you try to steal the game tomorrow without him against a team that's trying to lose. You know the Kings are being investigated. Did you see what happened with that game? Was that last night or 2 nights ago?
2 nights ago with Doug Christie.
The Kings are saying they made a coaching tactical error by fouling somebody because they were trying to lose the game. So they had to have the coach basically come out and say, I'm a buffoon, and I told my team to do something, and I was in the wrong because I made a tactical error. No, your tactical error was you're trying to lose the game.
Well, there's also accusations online that they might have, were they trying to fix the number for the over-under?
Well, okay, there's another one. That would add some more intrigue to this. By the way, the NBA announced today that the Orlando Magic has just been fined $25,000 for violating the league injury reporting rules. Basically, Anthony Black was listed as out on the initial injury report, but he played in the game.
Oh, so the Magic of the Sixers. Got it.
But there's precedent, I guess. There is precedent. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. That is the text board. You can get involved on the White Horse RV text board all day long. I'm sure today will be a fun one. Sixers tonight, Flyers tonight. I see the YouTube chat is going. I see the text board is going. We got a lot of texts coming in. 609-403-0973. I'll start to read off your texts on the other side. Listen for the famous contest sounder to go off. We've got 4 more chances today for you to jump on board to win Eagles Club Box tickets for a game this year at Lincoln Financial Field. That's coming up this hour on the show. When you hear it, be caller 6 and 7, and we'll get you all entered for our Eagles draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City on the day of the draft. All right, we're going to talk about the Flyers' big matchup with Detroit tonight. What does it mean? What's the math say there? Why have they turned this thing around? Durso joins me coming up, plus our Phillies Fastball segment tonight at 5 o'clock. Paul Hudrick on the Sixers. DeCheco's here for football at 4. All right, you and me hanging out till 6. The Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. At 2:30, Sports Bash Live. Flyers, Red Wings, tonight, 97.3 ESPN. The coverage starts at 7 o'clock. Kevin Durso covers the Flyers for 97.3 ESPN.com. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage on 97.3 ESPN. We've got Flyers tonight on 97.3, followed by the Sixers. The Sixers is an 8 o'clock tip. So we'll go Flyers to Sixers on 97.3. If you're looking for the Sixers game in its entirety, that'll be on our sister station, Rock 104.1 at 8 o'clock. So Sixers on Rock 104.1, Flyers on 97.3, and then the Sixers game will be joined in progress on 97.3 ESPN. Busy night, no Phils today, but we're going to get into the Flyers who won that game. We're going to look back at the game from the other night. 5-1. It was 2-0 early, and then they pull out ahead 4-1. The empty netter makes it 5-1. Let's look at some of the positives from the game last night. Kevin Durso, from Tuesday night. Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Let's go back to that game. Kevin, what are some of the things that stood out there?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely playing their game. To me, the standout from is the way that first period went after you had the 2-0 lead was not good at all. New Jersey was all over you last night in the first period, and you regrouped. You went into the intermission. You got there with the lead. Yeah, the Devils came out in the second with some push, but you turned their opportunities into opportunities of your own, scored on those, broke it open. And then from there, I saw a completely adjusted team that had made the adjustments, regrouped, got back to the things that have gotten them to this point, and close out a game like they were masters at it. That was a masterful job, and you got to give credit because to me, adjustments like that at intermission, that's a huge nod to Rick Tocchet and the coaching job that he's done, especially over the last several weeks.
Obviously, Zegras gets the 2, but Forster, I want to get your thoughts on what he adds to this team. I mean, he was a guy that nobody even anticipated being back. Not only is he back, scored his first game back. What does he bring that this team really lacked?
I mean, another guy who can put the puck in the net, and they had guys who were trying to fill the void, but nobody who was scoring at the rate that he was before he got hurt, and now he comes like I look at the fact that he's got 3 since coming back, and he's up to 13 on the season, and now you just wonder what if he played the whole year. I'd love to know what number he'd be at. I have to think that it would have been in the 35 to 40 range at the rate that he scores goals. He's got that shooter mentality that there are more guys on the team that are coming around to that are starting to shoot more, but it really kind of has, I think both him and Porter Martone, the 2 guys who have kind of come in over the last week that both are not afraid of taking shots, that want to put it on net as much as possible. They've kind of rubbed off on the rest of the team. Take the shot when it's there. Use the opportunity to your advantage, and that's why you're seeing other guys find the net too. But those 2 seem like they're, Martone's only got the 1 so far, obviously, but the amount of shots he's taking, you'd imagine more would come sooner rather than later. And Forster has been doing this at this rate all season long when he's been available. So it just makes you wonder what if once he gets a full season under his belt.
Kevin Durso, 97.3 ESPN.com, covers the Flyers, of course. Porter Martone. What dynamic does he bring to this team that has been apparent, not only for what he brings, but what it's done for others?
Yeah, I mean, well, for others, it's the injection of youth and injection of life into the team, something new. Whenever you have something new, it catches your attention. And then when it's a player who's this impactful right out of the gate, I think everybody else just pays closer attention to it because it just adds another element to your team. It gets you more excited about what's in front of you. Like they've had pretty much instant success with him. I mean, I know the first 2 games they played with him on the roster, they didn't win, but they easily last week against Detroit, they could have won. Just too many opportunities that went the other way that Detroit took advantage of. But Martone adds that element to it. And for me, from his perspective specifically, it's a maturity level that makes you forget that this is a 19-year-old who's in his first week in the league. Like, he just plays such a mature game, so focused on the details, and he's built for this too. Not all 19-year-olds come in with the body to be able to handle the NHL. He's able to take that physical element and apply that as well. So he's fearless in that aspect, and then makes those smart, mature plays that you just don't see out of 19-year-olds that often.
What about Michkov? Up and down season, obviously. Not the season everybody thought. This guy was, for many fans, the guy they were most excited for. He did have 2 assists last night. What do you see from him these last couple of weeks here? Is he simplifying his game at the right time? What do you make of, I know Michkov's season's not where he wanted it or anybody wanted it to be, but where is he now?
I'm seeing a player now that's starting to make a lot of the smart plays, and the IQ is coming through big time with him. I think about, he has a play along the wall coming out of the box. He had served a bench minor for the team. Comes out of the box, just a little chip up the wall, and now Forrester's off to the races the other way with a 2-on-1. Those kind of plays, he wasn't making those earlier in the year. He's making them now. There's more of a focus on, and to a degree, I think this is part of another element of the Martone edition. Somebody shows up who's new, who's capturing a lot of attention because he's earning the attention with what he's doing. You want the attention on you just as much because you want to contribute in that way. So I think that's another aspect that rubs off, is now Michkov is contributing the way that you would hope he would. And it goes a little bit before Martone got here. I'm not saying that it's like just the Martone effect, but now that he's got 12 points over his last 12 games, he's now picking up points again at a rate that you start to pay closer attention to his skill set, and you see the potential that's been there all along. And it just seems like he's another one of these guys that, like so many on the team, are finding it at the right time.
Yeah, and obviously he's a guy that they had a lot of expectations for entering this year, and it's kind of felt like a lost season almost for him. If they can get him going with Forrester and Martone, just how different is this team, Kevin, from the team that you covered 2 weeks ago?
It's very different. And, I was thinking about this because I heard you bring this up earlier, and I was thinking about this, that I'm going back to Sunday's game for this one in particular, because Martone scores the goal that wins the game in overtime on the 5-on-3 power play. And so he's the first guy you think of because he's the goal scorer. Been here for a week. The primary assist that sets him up is Christian Dvorak, not on the roster last year, free agent pickup by Danny Briere this past offseason. The next assist is Trevor Zegras, acquired in a trade in the offseason, not on the roster last year. The guy who passes the puck to Zegras to get that movement started, Tyson Forrester, not here 5 days ago. And the only guy on the ice who was part of it for the whole season and has that longevity was Travis Konechny. Even your goaltender is a free agent pickup from the offseason that has been a difference maker for you as well. So it goes to show you the job that Danny Briere has done, kind of almost overhauling this to a degree, because you didn't have 3 of the guys I mentioned there with Vladar, Dvorak, and Zegras. That was all offseason. Forrester comes back. That's it. That's an unexpected addition. Martone joining when he did. That's an unexpected addition. And let's face it, Martone's kind of part of that group too, because you didn't even have him in your system last year. He was just drafted. So all of those things come together, and like these newcomers that have all seemed to work out this year are part of the reason why you are where you are.
Kevin Durso, at Kevin_Durso. Cover him for all the Flyers playoff run. If there is a playoff run, we'll have them right here on 97.3 ESPN. Let's talk about the playoff run. 92 points. They lead the Islanders by those 3 points there for that third spot in the Metro. You've got Detroit. How's the math stacking up now for the Flyers after the win last night?
It's stacking up better, but it could have also.
We talked on Friday, and the math sucked.
Yeah, I know. It was, as it has been. I'll let you in on a conversation I had with one of my colleagues on Thursday after the game was over when they lost to Detroit last, and the conversation kind of went the same way ours did on Friday. If they lose on Friday, it's over. And my response back though to that comment was, I feel like I've said that 5 times this year, though, and they keep just coming back. So that's how that works. So the math is good by winning on Tuesday. That's an obvious. Beating Jersey, that helps your math, obviously, because now you chop 2 points off of everybody else. The pressure's on for everybody. And you were about 20 seconds away from the math really checking out, but Columbus tied the game against Detroit last night and then won in a shootout. So they kept pace. They're 2 points back, so that third spot in the Metro is far from locked up. But your own win trimmed all the numbers down that I gave you the other day. So now your magic number is 7 on Columbus, it's 6 on the Islanders, and it's 4 on the Washington Capitals. Honestly, if you win tomorrow, depending on the result of Washington playing tonight, Washington could be out of the picture by tomorrow that quickly. The Islanders are going to hang there for a little bit, but you could a win would really put a damper on what they have going. They would have to pretty much win out at that point. Columbus is the one that you got to watch for, because if Columbus would have lost that game in regulation last night, and they nearly did, there was a situation where you could actually draw up a path where the Flyers actually clinched a playoff spot by Saturday. And instead, now it looks like this is going to draw out through the weekend. I'm going to go back to what I told you the other day about circling Monday on your calendar. I think that might be a possibility if the Flyers keep up their end of business, that they might get just a sliver of help from those other teams and open the door for Monday to potentially be a win-and-in situation. And if that's the case, then you got to imagine the city's going to be rocking even more than it already is for a home game with the potential of clinching a playoff spot on the line.
That there is a buzz, that there is a difference. I mean, you've been covering this team for 10 years and haven't got to see anything good.
Well, in particular, in the game in Jersey last night, that was a virtual home game, and you could hear it through the television. You could hear the crowd there. I mean, part of this has to do with, and I know it's out there on social media, they've done Philly sports road trips and things like that, and they've done a bunch of them for the Flyers this year. And apparently, this is starting to become a trend. Every time they've organized one of these, the Flyers have won the game. They did the 3-game road trip in California. They went to Detroit for the first road game. Now they went to Jersey for this one. And basically, it's funny. So everybody who kind of organizes these things goes, you know what we have to do now. And initially the response is get everybody to Detroit by tomorrow. I'm thinking that what they're really thinking is if the matchup lines up, it means getting everybody to Pittsburgh for the first round. That's what I'm thinking that possibly means.
All right. Well, I know possibility is starting to get better. You got Detroit, who just beat you a week ago. Mm-hmm. So obviously that's a matchup that they got to overcome. Then you got I said the schedule makers didn't do them a lot of favors here. You go from Jersey to Detroit out to Western Canada, and then you have to play a back-to-back on Monday and Tuesday. So this is a tough 4 games to finish up here.
It definitely is. You can't overlook that. I mean, Detroit tomorrow is going to be as desperate as it gets. To me, they lose that game, their run is over. They have no shot after that. They're already a team that's floundering and that's hanging on by a thread to begin with. I think that if you were to win, especially in regulation, that would be the final nail in the coffin for them. You don't have to win the game against Detroit in regulation just because you're focused on the Metro teams. You just need to win, keep winning. That'll take care of, everything else will take care of itself everywhere else. But certainly a win of any kind helps there. And then you go from there. Honestly, I don't even want to look to the Winnipeg game yet because that's where their focus is going to lie. Go take care of business in Detroit. What I will tell you is that last night is getting off to that on the right foot because winning that first game last night of this 3-game road trip, also winning the only game that you had between Sunday's game and everybody kind of coming back into play. Like Columbus was the only team in the division who played outside of you last night. Now the Islanders are going to start playing again on Thursday. So you used that opportunity. That was the game in hand they had on the Islanders. You won that game. There's some separation there. Now you have everything. Everybody's got 4 left over the course of those final few days. You keep doing what you need to do, and the rest of it will line up if that's the case, because at this point, the pressure is on those teams behind you more than it is on you. You just have to maintain what you've done. And the way they played that game last night tells me they are equipped to do that.
Kevin Durso, we'll get out on this. Right now, your best first-round possibility would be a Flyers-Penguins matchup. In your mind, forget the last 65 games. Entering right now, who's a better team, Philly or Pittsburgh?
Oh. Wow, that's a loaded question. Pittsburgh's been up and down throughout the course of that. Like, there's definitely, the Flyers are among, I believe, if they're not the best, they're among the 2 best since the Olympic break. Montreal's up there with a pretty solid record since the Olympic break, too. But they're right up there at the top. They've gone on that kind of, it's funny because it's the type of run that they kept talking about needing to do it, but at the time that they were actually talking about it coming out of the Olympic break, you didn't see this coming from them. It just didn't feel like it was realistic for them the way they had played through those first 60 plus. Now it seems like it is. The way they're going right now, they're the type of team that you don't want to face if they do make the playoffs because everything's clicking right now. Everything's coming up their way. They're finding ways to win games. And that can do a lot for a team. So if you're looking for that 2010 vibe, that exists because you're getting in on that kind of run. And similarly, like you're talking about 2010 Flyers, 2022 Phillies, that whole thing. You know what stands out to me the most about comparing those two to potentially what the Flyers are trying to do? I can't pick out the same guy every single night as the catalyst of the win. They're getting contributions up and down the lineup. It's Zegras and Forrester last night. It's Martone and Dvorak scoring goals against Boston on Sunday. Against the Islanders, it's Alex Bump and guys like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's everybody going around. Now I'm going to start sounding like Jason Kelsey. It's the whole team, right? Like, everybody's doing it. So because of that can help you go further in the playoffs because it's not just one guy or two guys that are powering your wins. It's everybody.
All right, well, last year, just to put it in perspective, they went 1-4 in their last 4 games last season with a loss to the Islanders, Ottawa, Columbus, and Buffalo. So they still have 4 games left. They have to take care of business still, and they're a lot. You got to go out to a road trip to Detroit and Winnipeg and then come back and play a back-to-back. So we will keep our eyes on that. Kevin_Durso for all the Flyers coverage, pre- and post-game coverage over at 973ESPN.com and on the social media channels as well. All right, Durso, we'll talk soon.
Sounds good, Mike. Thanks.
Kevin Durso, everybody. Follow him at Kevin_Durso for all the Flyers action tonight. Don't forget, you can listen on 97.3 ESPN. That sounder's going to go off this hour. When you hear it, be caller 6 and 7. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Hey, let me tell you about my friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City. Can you see yourself driving a new Acura now through April 30th? You can do it. You get a lease, sleek, sporty 2026 Acura Integra for just $199 a month for 36 months. And let me tell you, I've driven that car, and it is nice. For $199, that's the price that I would feel you can afford. Get to Key Acura on Chilton Road, Egg Harbor Township, or visit KeyAcuraofAtlanticCity.com. Go see what all the excitement is about at Key Acura, the small but friendly dealer. See my friend Rocco for details. All right, coming up, we got poll question on the way. Also, Hudrick at 3:30 on the Sixers and the bizarre situation that happened today with Joel Embiid, the very latest bizarre situation. It's all still to come on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 251. Thanks to Durso. Flyers tonight. They take on the Detroit Red Wings, and you can listen to all the action on 97.3 ESPN. Paul Hudrick joins me. Poll question. What are you more surprised about? Phillies shut out back-to-back games or Embiid being ruled out tonight versus the Rockets? Vote at Mike Gill Show. We'll update the poll later on in the show tonight. More of a fun one today, kind of a shot at both teams. Their offense stinking, and the Sixers just, I don't know what to make of that. This is getting ridiculous. Now, by the way, it is not out of the realm of possibility that Joel would be active tonight at some point. So we'll have to keep our eye on that as well. Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN this hour is brought to you by the law offices of Craig Altman, proud sponsors of Philly sports coverage.
Look, it may seem like the Sixers have no plan for their injuries, but if you get injured, you need to have a game plan, and that's why you need to call the law offices of Craig A. Altman, because the insurance companies, they got a game plan, so you got to make sure you have someone on your side to help you with strategy, preparation, and execution of how to make sure that whatever injury you sustained, you do not get taken advantage of by the insurance companies. Call them at 856-327-8899. That's 856-327-8899. Or visit them at CraigAltmanLaw.com with offices in Vineland, backed by a Philly law firm that knows how to win. The law offices of Craig A. Altman, proud sponsors of Philadelphia sports coverage right here on 97.3 ESPN.
We got two games tonight. It is the Flyers at 7, the Sixers at 8. The Sixers coverage will begin on Rock 104.1. We'll pick it up in progress on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up next hour, Paul Hudrick will talk some Sixers. We're going to get into the Phillies lineup situation because Rob Thompson hinted last night that changes are coming to the lineup. What could those changes be? I mean, they really don't have a lot of options, but I could probably come up with like 6 different variations of a lineup better than the one they've been rolling out there so far. So we're going to get into that. I got text messages on the White Horse RV text board rolling in all hour long. We'll start to read and react to those. Plus Paul Hudrick at 3:30, the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. But first, all right, I need caller 6 and I need caller 7 right now. 609-573-3776 on the contest line. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7, you are entered for this year's Eagles draft party at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City at the Balcony Bar. You must be present to win. We have a pair of tickets to see an Eagles game at Lincoln Financial Field, club box seats. Plus, we have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort. We've got concert tickets, comedy shows, gift cards, and more. The show will be live with giveaways and food and drink specials. You must be present to win. Thursday, April 23rd, the draft day party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Resort. Good luck. All right, 301. Let me congratulate our qualifiers for the draft party. I got Tim in Brigantine and Edward in Newcastle, Delaware. Now, is he taking the ferry here? Did you ask him? What's his modus of transportation for draft day to get to Ocean Casino Resort?
You know, he wouldn't tell me his mode of transportation, but he was very insistent.
Did you ask him?
I
say
first
you're gonna
asked
take
if
the
he was going to
ferry?
be there.
Right. Like, Ed, you're taking someone's spot from Newcastle. Listen, I'm not against you from Delaware. I love my Delaware people, but I want to make sure you're there. I don't want you to take someone else's spot in the draft party.
Well, the way he spoke, he seemed very familiar with Ocean Casino.
Oh, maybe he's
been there a few times.
Well, maybe he wants to win that overnight stay. The hell with the Eagles tickets.
Because, you know, he told me, he goes, oh, I know where that is. That's above the Fanatic Sportsbook. And I said, yes, it is.
Balcony bar. That's where we are this year. They're giving us the balcony bar this year. We're getting our own private area for this year's draft party. Going to have drink specials, all sorts of tickets. We've got I got a list of some of the concerts that we got tickets for. I don't have it in front of me, but concert tickets, comedy show tickets. We've got gift cards that you could use at Ocean Casino Resort. We got an overnight stay. And then, of course, the grand prize is club box tickets, 50-yard line, Eagles. Now, the schedule's not out yet, so I don't know who the game's against. But it'll be a home game this year at Lincoln Financial Field.
Listen, all I know is that if you want the good stuff, you got to get hooked up with Mike Gill and the Sports Bash because Ocean Casino Resort and Mike Gill are a pair.
Yeah, and you know what? We're going to be at Ventnor Social. Another chance for you to enter to win a trip to Baltimore to go see the Phillies play at Camden Yards. The next time we're there for a Phillies watch party will be on April the 30th. Ventnor Social, the place to go to watch every Phillies game on their 20 big screen TVs. We'll do our Ventnor Social Phillies Fastball segment tonight at 5 o'clock on the Sports Bash, and I want to get into some Phillies stuff. All right, so the lineup stinks. This isn't breaking news. We knew this. The lineup is, I don't want to say it stinks. That's just hyperbole, but it's not consistent. And when it's bad, it's real bad. The question is, and I think it's a fair question, are some of these guys starting a minor decline? I think that's one fair question. Trey Turner going to hit 300 again this year? My inclination would be no. What if he doesn't? What if he hits 290? It's still good. It's not as good as last year. Is Bryce Harper, who wasn't elite last year, what if he's just the same? What if Bryce Harper is just good, but not great, but that good is even less good than last year? Better Than Ezra sung Good. You remember that song?
No.
Jesus. I mean, it was pretty well known. You don't know it at all. Do you know Better Than Ezra? I mean, they were kind of a one-hit wonder-y.
Yeah, I'm not really ringing a bell over here.
If I played it for you, would you recognize it? Let's see.
Maybe.
I mean, most people out there listening, I'm going to assume
you should
know
never
the song.
assume.
Yeah. Well, here you go. Better Than Ezra, Good. On the Rock Alternative, 97.3. You don't know the song?
Actually, it does sound familiar, but I feel like it was a part of a TV show at one point.
That I can't verify. But
what's the name of the song? It's Good?
The song is good. The band is Better Than Ezra.
Oh, the song is just good.
Good. Yeah, Bryce Harper. Good. He's better than Ezra, Bryce Harper, but he's just good. Now, what if he's just good? And when I say just good, last year he was good, but let's say his good this year is less than his good last year, which last year his good was 261 with 27 homers and 75 RBI. You know, those numbers aren't terrible. 357 on base, 487 slug, 844 OPS. Those are good numbers. They're not great numbers. He's better than Ezra. Now, if you told a guy, hey, man, you're better than Ezra, do you think he would know what you're talking about? You think Bryce Harper would?
I know.
Bryce Harper's an odd dude, man.
That dude knows less than me.
I don't know about that. I think he would know better than Ezra. I think next time Jeff Kerr is at Citizens Bank Park,
You want him to ask?
hey, Bryce, you're better than Ezra. Oh, thanks, man. You're good.
See, knowing Harper, he might be
Is that
accused
like
Ezra.
an underlining jab? Hey, man, you're better than Ezra. What does that mean? You're good. It's a little but you see what I'm saying. What if Bryce Harper is good, but less good than he was a year ago? Like if he hits 258, 25 homers, and 70 RBI. You know, all of these little tiny dips for each guy. Now the text board is lighting you up.
So it was actually.
He says he does not believe that you never heard that song. He is mystified that you would not know that song. Go ahead.
So the song was actually for the movie The Babysitter's Club from 1995.
Yeah, I don't know that one. So now this is where I'm bad. I know the music. I don't know the movies.
Yeah, I know the movies.
And I don't know the movies. You know the movies. I don't know the movie. What is it called? The Babysitter's Club? I think I've heard of it. Is that a Elizabeth Shue? Is she in that one?
I'm pulling up the IMDb right now.
All right. So little by little, the Phillies lineup, if everyone takes a small step back, doesn't mean they stink. It just means they're not as good as they were a year ago. How much of an effect does that have on this team big picture? I think it's pretty massive, honestly. And here's the thing. This lineup that they're rolling out there, with Bryson Stott hitting in the 5-hole. You know what, Bryson Stott? I'm almost going to blame you. It is incumbent on Bryson Stott to go to the manager and say, Skip, I am ill-qualified for this spot in the lineup. You are putting me in a position to fail. I am requesting to be dropped in the order. Do you think anybody would do that? Like, I am not qualified for being a number 5 hitter in Major League Baseball.
If you care about the team.
If you care about the team.
If you're not selfish.
But that's another point that I want to make. If you're Brandon Marsh or Adolis Garcia or anybody else with a pulse on that team, and you see your name in the lineup behind Bryson Stott, how do you feel about that? Seriously, like, I know high school kids. They believe, hey, I'm better than that kid. How are you going to put me behind him? You don't think a professional saying, how the heck am I batting in the 7th spot behind Bryson Stott, for God's sakes? So, modus
that's how I
operandi.
feel if I was Brandon Marsh.
Exactly. Modus operandi Friday night. The first thing that you will see is Bryson Stott ain't hitting in the 5-hole on Friday night. There's more of a chance. There's no chance that happens. There's more of a chance that Joel Embiid goes from out to active tonight.
Yes.
Than that happening.
I could totally see Joel showing up and saying, I feel fine now.
Right. They've already said he's out, but there's more of a chance that Joel Embiid steps on that court tonight than Bryson Stott hitting in the 5-hole.
Because the likelihood is that Joel Embiid can chug some Pepto-Bismol between now and tonight. Between that and Bryson Stott suddenly figure out how to hit.
Mike, Elizabeth Shue was in Adventures in Babysitting. That's from Jason in Millville. I knew she was in something that had to do with babysitting.
Yeah, so the two actresses you might know from the Babysitter's Club, do you remember Rachel Lee Cook?
Probably if I saw her.
She's All That, Love Guaranteed.
She's All That. Yes, that was with Tony Danza, right?
Yeah, but Rachel Lee Cook was the lead lady.
I know that Tony Danza wasn't the lead lady. I'm saying the movie with Rachel Lee Cook was with Tony Danza.
Yes. Do you remember Larissa Olenek?
I'm not good with names. I probably have to see these people.
10 Things I Hate About You.
Never saw that.
Third Rock from the Sun.
Don't know it. I mean, I know the show. That was a
All right, well, you at least
show.
know Rachel Lee Cook.
I do. Josh is searching for signs of life, but there's nobody home. I like that text message. Those are the lyrics of the song, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah. The song that we just played, searching for signs of life, but there's nobody home.
Yes, Josh is searching for signs of life.
Robbie in Little Egg Harbor. Mike, it's getting old with Embiid. The first 2 years he was in the NBA, he was out with a foot injury. Yes, he was.
The foot, the back, the
That was
knee.
the beginning of the circus.
It feels like a DMX parody.
Yeah, when you go
The
back
back,
to it.
the knee.
I was going to say, I thought you were going Little Kim on me.
No,
lyrics I don't think are friendly for the radio here.
Well, neither is DMX.
My neck, my back. I wouldn't go any further than that.
No, I was
Right?
thinking more like DMX, Who We Be.
I got you.
Yeah.
Robbie from Little Egg Harbor, though, the Embiid thing, we don't forget. He didn't play his first 2 years, and that started this nonsense. The fact that you allowed him, and I don't know if it's allow is the right word. Now, listen, I know there was some crazy stuff at the beginning of this guy's career. You know, his brother had died. You had that going on. But for him not to play for 2 years starts the whole thing of how much can I get away with here? What can I do that I'm not getting disciplined? And unfortunately for Joel, and Joel does take a lot of blame in this, by the way. I am not letting him off the hook. Did he miss another meeting? Paul Hutter going to join us in 20 minutes. I'll ask Paul. I have no idea whether Joel missed another meeting or not. It's plausible. Jack and Cape May Courthouse says, we're not even halfway through April, Mike, so if everyone heats up and they go 20-5 the next 25, would everybody be worth it? The money, you're saying, Jack. Okay, yeah, I mean, listen, again, I said I think they'll be okay for the most part. I have them winning 98 games, by the way. But the reason I have them winning 98 games has nothing to do with their offense. I'm just saying their pitching is so good that they'll probably win 85 games accidentally because their pitching is just so good. Because, yes, their offense is going to have to eventually pick it up a little bit. But, again, even if they pick it up and become good, which is where Better Than Ezra came from, is that good enough? Phil and Brigantine, Mike, Better Than Ezra good is great. You know what's also great? Winding down my day early, listening to the Sports Bash and watching the Masters. Yeah, the Masters on. We have Masters updates throughout the day, Phil, so you can keep it here. We'll give you updates throughout the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. I think Matt Cape May says, Mike, I'm listening to the broadcast today, your show. I feel like I'm listening to the exact same thing and Phillies conversation from one point last year when they started slow. Hey, you probably did, Matt. You're right. We could literally pop in the conversation from last year, the year before that, and you would say, man, I feel like I've heard this story before. Hence the story. Hence the story, Matt. And again, I think they'll win a ton of games, and you probably will text in, remember that time in April we're talking about? I said, I think they'll win 85 games by accident, which I have them winning 98 games. Now, to get to 98 games is going to be tricky if you can't score. So I implore them to try to kind of start scoring at some point to help me get to 98. Now, if I say 98 and they get to 95, I feel like that's a victory. Now, they won 96 last year. That would actually be less games than they won. I think people forget they won 96 games last year.
They definitely forget.
With an offense that we bemoaned all season long. But again, I'm not letting the offense off the hook. That's the point, is you can win 95 games. Nobody cares. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. In basketball, if you win 70 games, that's a rarity. It's only happened twice, 70 out of 82. In baseball, how many teams was it? 3 that won 110 games or more.
Yeah.
Since 1940. 3. To win 110 games is unbelievable. And the Mariners won 116 and didn't even win the World Series.
Didn't get there.
Didn't even get there. Didn't even get to the World Series. So nobody is going to be overly impressed by how many games you win in the regular season.
Yes,
this isn't
Twain.
Right. This isn't, I got that reference. I went to West Virginia. I got it. Don't impress me much. This isn't hey, how many wins can I pile up in the regular season? That'll impress me. No one's going to be impressed. They can win 127 games, and I don't think anybody's going to care because their offense continues. It was example 1, 2, and 3. Robbie Ray is a Cy Young winner, and as soon as he got to the mound, he carved you up like a hot knife through butter. And then it's not even Robbie Ray. It's some other jamoke that no one's ever heard of before that shuts you down. So one day it's a Cy Young Award candidate that you can't hit. The next day it's some Colorado Rockies cast-off.
Well, I've told you that before, Mike. What drives me nuts about this team is every single year of this current run of the Phillies for the last 4 years, if you get a random nobody that no one's ever heard of with a 5 ERA, the Phillies can't hit it if their life dependent on it.
That's been going on for some time. I do agree with that. By the way, it's not little Kim who performed the song that I brought up. It is Kia.
Not Matt Black Kia.
No. Or RK Kia, for that matter.
No.
Kia sang the song, not Little Kim. But I got the lyrics correct. Thank you for pointing that out on the text board. White Horse RV text board 609-403. 0973. Brian in the HC says, I hope Bryce Harper will make Better Than Ezra his walkout music now. Mix in a little Toad the Wet Sprocket, and this team could go on a run. You know, Brian, I'm so glad you brought this up. I actually tweeted this out. I think it's time for the Phillies to change their walk-ups.
All of them.
I don't need to hear A-OK anymore, because you know what? It's not.
No.
I'm done with that one. Boom with his boom, boom, bum, bum, be-dum. Nope. How about a new one? I'm done. The only guy that can keep his walk-up is Schwarber.
Yes.
Schwarber, because he mimics my opening, can use his walk-up. Everybody else has to change.
Well, I was going to say because Schwarber's the only guy who's done anything recently.
No, that doesn't have anything to do with the reason. It just gives me a little extra, people when they hear it when they're at the ballpark. How many people at the ballpark hear Schwarber say, hey, isn't that the opening theme from the Sports Bash? Right?
Sure.
But definitely, I think at some point.
I think they might think of CM Punk before they think of the
It's
Sports
possible.
Bash.
It's possible. You know, CM Punk once drove in my Kia.
I do. Back to
Every time CM Punk apparently dropped a pipe bomb the other night.
Yes, he did.
So
It was
every
epic.
time he does something that gains, like, when he, like, goes viral somewhere, my buddy will text me, CM Punk drove in your Kia. Like, he thinks that is the funniest story
Oh, it is
ever.
funny.
Yeah. Hey, I'll give you a ride. Jump in my Kia, man. All right. Let's see. What else we got here? 609-403-0973. I like the fact that people are checking me on the Little King. Jack in Cape May Courthouse. My neck, my back is not Little Kim. Come on, Mike. Hey, I tried, man. I tried. It wasn't on the tip of my. I haven't heard that song in quite some time.
And now we know you haven't heard for a while.
All right. So I do want to get into this is my batting lineup that I think they're going to go with, okay?
Or at least you're hoping.
No, it's not my hope.
Okay.
This is not my hope. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Marsh, Garcia, Stott, Real Muto, Crawford. I think that's what they will go with. I think that's the first thing that they'll do. They'll do a small tweak first, or do we think they'll make a bigger splash right away?
I think it'll be a small tweak. You know, I was reading a couple of things last night where people were saying that Rob Thompson is not a very reactionary guy. So you would think, Mike, that Rob's not going to go crazy.
Possible, but as Jeff Kerr has pointed out, after the 12th game last year, that's when they made their first tweak to the lineup.
True.
They've gone 20 innings without scoring. I mean, that's
Insane.
pretty crazy, right? So the one thing is that one. They could go back to Schwarber in the leadoff hole.
I wouldn't be against it.
Turner, and just do Schwarber, Turner,
Harper.
Bohm, Marsh, and then what I just said. Or they could go a little bigger and go with Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Garcia, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Real Muto, Crawford. Do you go that route? And just so I guess the question is, do you keep Bohm where he's at, or do you try to move Garcia up and Marsh up, and then take Bohm and Stott, and they're now 6-7?
Can I answer that with a question? My question to that would be, do you think the problem is the person hitting behind Harper and Schwarber, or is it Harper and Schwarber?
Well, they've been a little bit of the problem. Harper's been coming around a little bit. I mean, still not great. I mean, he's hitting, 222 right now. Schwarber's hitting 195 or 198.
Yeah.
So those guys aren't doing what you need them to do.
That's what I'm saying. Sure. Like, to me, it's like, is changing the person behind them going to change them?
No, yes and no. Those two guys need to be good, no matter who's hitting behind them. I'm sorry, you're getting paid to be really, really good. Now, somebody messaged on Twitter to me last night that you got to, Bohm is not a 4-hole hitter, which we all agree with. I don't think there's anybody out there that disagrees with that. But here's your choices, okay? You go with Bohm, who will put the ball in play. He doesn't strike out a whole heck of a lot. He'll hit about 280. Drove in 97 runs 2 years in a row. Or you go with Garcia, he might hit 25 homers, but he's going to strike out a whole heck of a lot. So you get two guys on base. Do you want Bohm, who can put the ball in play, or two guys on base, and there's a big strikeout? Which one? Because you're going to get way more strikeouts out of Garcia than you are Bohm.
I would say logistically, you want the guy who's going to make better contact.
So then, again, Bohm, not great option, but probably still the better option? Don't know. I don't know which way to go with that.
Well, if they would have just
take a shot.
They had opportunities to sign people this offseason. They didn't, so.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Cole and LBI. Mike, I listen to ESPN New York morning show. They use Cole to personality, and I always think of the Sports Bash. Thank you, Cole. That's very nice of you. See, it resonates. All right, coming up, Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers is going to join us. We'll talk about the Sixers' decision to sit and beat tonight. Why? Is he really sick? I don't know that Paul knows the answer to that question, but I'm sure he can certainly speculate what could have happened here. How important is the game tonight? They have 3 left, tonight and tomorrow, and then on Sunday for seeding purposes. Play in or playoffs? Paul Hudrick from Liberty Ballers is going to join me on the other side here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Hey, let me tell you about my friends at the Branches Outreach Center in Rio Grande. The past year, Branches Outreach has welcomed over 10,000 warm meals to those in need. And right now, it's a great opportunity for my listeners to help them out. They are privately funded through donations from good citizens like you. Sports Bash listeners, your support is needed year-round. Every day from 9 a.m. to 1:30, they accept donations of food, personal care items. The Branches Outreach in Rio Grande. Stop out and support them any day of the week. Visit them online at branchesoutreach.org. Coming up, Sixers beat writer and Liberty Ballers editor Paul Hudrick joins me on the Bash next. All right, 329 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Joel Embiid ruled out tonight. The Sixers have posted on their social medias on the Joel Embiid situation. We'll talk to Paul Hudrick in just a second. We'll get to that and see what the Sixers have said here. Joel Embiid has been diagnosed with appendicitis. He will undergo surgery this afternoon in Houston. All right, he has appendicitis. He's getting surgery. I guess that would be a reason why he couldn't play tonight, right? Paul Hudrick just texted me, says, I need a second with the Joel news. So do you feel different about Joel now getting appendicitis? Have you ever had that? You've had every other injury.
I have not had appendicitis. I do not have that on the laundry list. But I've heard it really stinks. One of our coworkers actually had it when he was at Disney World, Chris.
Had appendicitis?
He was at Disney World with his daughter.
Oof.
And he just had this pain. He didn't realize what it was. He finally went to see a doctor.
Now, here's the question. Why would you wait till 3:30 in the afternoon
to announce that?
to say that? Like, why? He's out. You ruled him out at 1:15. You can say on the injury report he has appendicitis.
Did they just say he was ill, that he got further testing, and they were like, oh, no, this is not just a normal sickness?
I guess. I mean, you would have to think that they knew, like, hey, he's in the hospital getting surgery. He's in Houston, and this happened. So he gets appendicitis, which it's the inflammation. It's basically, how long is that for now?
That's not a long recovery, though. I mean, people have come back from appendicitis within a few days.
You think? I have no idea.
I mean,
I don't think I know anybody who had it. Why don't you go ask Chris down the hall?
I was going to say,
no.
I know.
Appendicitis takes typically 1 to 3 weeks for laparoscopic surgery and 3 to 4 weeks if it's an open surgery.
Okay, so this is pretty complicated then.
It sounds more complicated than you're giving it credit for.
I guess I was wrong.
Can you ask Chris?
Want me to go ask him?
Well, I mean, you said he had it. Did he get surgery or did he just...
He had it removed.
And how long was he out for? I didn't even know he had it.
I'll go ask him.
Yeah, I'd like to know. I mean, listen, Joel has all sorts of wild stuff. This is just another in the long line of bizarre things. And you're like, okay, this isn't your fault that you got appendicitis, but I don't know. Like, why was the messaging that he was ill and could not play at 1:15 in the afternoon, and now at 3:30 you're putting out a message? It almost seems like you're doing damage control, but it's hard to say you're doing damage control if he's getting surgery. I mean, man, oh, man. By the way, what are you more surprised about? The Phillies offense silent, Joel Embiid out. The Phillies offense going silent is 100% right now. Nobody was surprised that Joel is not playing in the game tonight. Now, the fact that he had appendicitis and he will not play in the game, he will not play in the game tonight. That is the difference there. We were wondering, because the Sixers have done that before, where they have listed Joel as out, and then he ended up playing in the game. So there's the latest on Joel Embiid. He is listed as out tonight, and I would imagine that he will not play tomorrow night as well. I don't have any background with appendicitis. If anybody out there has had that happen before, you could certainly fill us in on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. But, I mean, you got to feel for the guy a little bit, right? Even the people who are just tired of him and have had it with him and just don't feel like this like going through all the nonsense anymore. Sixers tweeted at 3:28 today. Joel Embiid has been diagnosed with appendicitis. He will undergo surgery this afternoon. I mean, to the point where he did go to Houston with the team, and he will obviously miss the game tonight. But the fact that he is going to get the surgery done, and now the Sixers have sent an email out as well. So now, obviously, what are you supposed to do here? Everybody wants to be mad at Joel, which I understand. You're more frustrated than you should be mad, I guess.
So Chris explained to me that his appendix ruptured.
That sounds like it would really hurt.
But he said that pretty much after
The
5
word
days.
rupture seems painful.
Yeah. He said that apparently it takes longer to come back from when it's rupture, when it's not. But he said that he was pretty much good after about 5 days.
5 days.
Yes. And he had ruptured. He wasn't just appendicitis. He said he literally.
Well, Joel is having surgery this afternoon.
Right.
Did he have surgery?
Yeah. Well, he had to have surgery to remove everything.
And he was ready in 5 days.
He said it was about 5 days later, he felt back to normal.
Okay. Well, that would be
Sunday.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, Tuesday night would be 5 days.
So the play-in tournament.
Yeah, play-in game. Paul Hudrick. Paul, you and I have talked for years. We've gone through some bizarre things. This one is in the long line of – I mean, you can't really blame the guy, but it's like, are you kidding me with this? There has been an update. We now know he has appendicitis. He will have surgery this afternoon. Do we have any idea how long that is expected to be?
No, I mean, I would say I would be shocked if he's back for any of these last 3 games, right? I mean, he's certainly obviously going to be out tonight, out tomorrow. If you can't beat the Milwaukee Bucks in Doc Rivers' probable swan song on Sunday without Joel Embiid, then you don't really deserve to go to the playoffs or be a play-in team or whatever. So I imagine he's out for those. Now, if it gets to the play-in, that's going to be tricky. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know if it like that's a quick turnaround. I know people like you can potentially be okay at like it's a surgery that once you're good kind of a thing. So we'll see. I think Brian Dawkins famously had his appendix out and played like not long after that. So yeah, I don't know. But to your point, Mike, yeah, like it. If this was going to happen to any player in the entire NBA, it was going to happen to Joel Embiid.
He's the only player in the NBA history who's had his face broken 3 separate times.
And that's what it is. And it's because like everyone, and look, I get it. Everyone's, was very frustrated when the news broke and everyone kind of started coming to these conclusions. But I was kind of like saying like, let's see, because again, if anything weird is going to happen to anyone, it's Joel. So it's really unfortunate. And really the worst, clearly all the fans, you have a right to feel disappointed, but Joel Embiid has to be the most disappointed of all, right? I mean, this is a guy who last week was on social media saying they won't let me play, to now this where, I mean, he just, what can you do? It's an appendix that's got to come out or, you risk some very serious health issues.
Yeah. So at 1:15 today, when he's out with an illness, obviously everybody's wondering, did he miss something? What happened? How is he still sick? How is he unable to play? And now we know that he's having appendicitis. But this has been a bizarre 2 weeks. I mean, do you look at this, Paul, and wonder, is something going on between Joel and the front office now?
Well, no, I understood why people maybe went to that conclusion initially. But I think now that we know what it is, it's hard to feel that way, right? Because this is a very legitimate health issue. Could this be what he was dealing with last week and maybe, maybe should have gone to a doctor sooner? I don't know. I don't know any of that. That's me speculating. I don't know. But like last week there was something, right? Like there was clearly something. He was not happy with the front office and he missed a shoot around and they didn't let him play. And like, that was a thing. I don't think this is a thing. I think this is just,
well, I'm not talking about this particular situation. I'm talking about kind of what happened after the Charlotte game all that week with him playing, being sick, and then this and that, and then I want to play, they won't let me, then they ruled him out. There's speculation he missed a shoot-around or a film session, and that's why they didn't play him. So it seems like that something's been building here. Now, this seemed like it added to it. This seems like a separate situation.
Yeah, no, totally. And I think it's no secret that Joel has not been happy with the front office or the ownership group since the trade deadline. He was very adamant, and this is not something we talked about it before, not something he normally does to call out the front office or the ownership group. That's not like him at all. He's not done that. For as outspoken as he is on many things, that's not something he's typically outspoken about. So for him to say that at the deadline was pretty damning. And then when you hear him specifically say, kind of call out Daryl Morey after he was sick, and after he was held out of the Wizards game and then, played pretty darn well against the Timberwolves. But yeah, I mean, look, I think there's definitely blame on both sides for sure. Like, I think with Joel, you missed the shoot around, so they ruled you out. Like I'm sure the team tried to get in touch with him and couldn't, and all that. And I get why he was upset to find it out on social media. So like I think there's plenty of blame to go around. So yeah, I mean I do think there is. It's a clear disconnect, and again, irrelevant to this situation. But last week, yeah, clear there is a disconnect between Joel Embiid and the front office and the ownership group right now. And it was pretty obvious last week that was the case.
Well, obviously, he will not play tonight, likely not tomorrow, and possibly not Sunday either. I mean, there's a guy in the building who had this procedure done. He said about 5 days his appendix ruptured. So 5 days would put you at Tuesday. That would put you at Tuesday in a play-in tournament situation, unless they got out of the play-in, Paul. What are the scenarios for that?
Well, they just got a lot more difficult with Joel Embiid not playing because you basically have to beat Houston tonight. You have to win out. If you want that 6 seed, you got to not only do you have to win out, but you have to hope Toronto has to lose a game. So that's the cleanest scenario for the Sixers to get the 6 seed is win these next 3 games. Toronto loses 1, they're in. Now there are a lot of other complicated things that could happen. If Toronto somehow drops 2 of their last 3, and the Sixers win 2 out of 3, that would do it too. But then you risk Orlando, who is currently, as we speak, a half game up on the Sixers. They do own the tiebreaker there. So that's what's good. What's in the Sixers' favor is that they own the tiebreakers over Toronto, over Orlando, and over Charlotte. So if they're tied with any one of those teams, just them and that other team, they get the tiebreaker, they get the 6 seed. Now it gets a little bit more complicated when you're talking about if it's 3 teams and there's tiebreakers, because then you might have to go to conference records. And if it goes to that, Toronto has a much better. It's so funny because Toronto has a significantly better conference record than the Sixers, but their divisional record is just awful. So yeah, there's a lot of different scenarios that could be in play. But I think it boils down to it's going to be the Raptors, the Sixers, or the Magic, and potentially the Hornets. The Hornets still have a chance too. One of those teams, that's going to be 6 through 9. And it's going to be, it could really go a ton of different ways depending on how these last couple of games shake out.
Right. And obviously, the game that you lost in San Antonio the other night was a huge blow to trying to get to that 6th spot. You did get a Raptor win last night against the Heat. They'll play again tonight. The Heat, I think, are kind of locked into that 10th spot.
See, that's the worst loss to me. The Sixers losing to the Heat. I mean, I could argue that's their worst loss.
The Monday
of the
game.
Season. Yeah. Like, really, because the Miami Heat are not playing good basketball.
Right.
And you lost the tiebreaker.
And that's coming off the game where you had maybe your
game.
best game of the season in Charlotte.
And I thought, and to be quite frank, I thought that was a game where you saw Eric Spoelstra just outcoach Nick Nurse. They threw that zone at him. The Sixers made almost no adjustments, just kept taking shots, and just nothing really clicked. And then by the time they kind of made their comeback, it was kind of, it was too late. And then Miami makes the push at the end. So, yeah, I mean, that Miami loss to me is going to be the one that really sticks out because that changes. If they had won that game, you could almost afford to drop this game in Houston and still be in good shape. But now, it leaves them in a really vulnerable place. Because even if they somehow manage to lose all 3 of these games, the Heat could wind up being the 10th and the Heat could wind up being 9th. So, like these games aren't like as important as they were. They are now significantly more important after losing that Heat game.
You mentioned Nick Nurse, and obviously he's not the most popular guy in town. It has been pretty disappointing. I mean, he has not done a good job with this crew. I mean, would we all agree? Now, I guess the question would be, how is the organization viewing the season and the job he has done?
It's so tricky because I would, as a person who just happens to watch a team a lot, I would say, yes, it's been a disappointing season for Nick Nurse. At the same time, if you're the organization, how many games has this guy gotten with a full deck? With all guys playing and nobody on a minutes restriction and all that. Like, how many games has he really gotten? And then it's funny because you look at that Charlotte game and he pretty much every button he pressed was the right one, right? Like him going to Drummond in the second half was risky. That was a risky move to go away from a Dembona and go to Drummond, but it worked out perfectly. It was the right move at the right time. And like that game, they played great defensively. They stunk on the defensive glass, but they were great defensively. So like the game plan was good. Like they did a lot of good things. And then in that Heat game, it was just like, again, Eric Spoelstra just running circles around him, just him not being able to do anything to combat that zone. And I think there's too many of those games. Like they've lost so many close games this year. And I do think a part of that is the roster. When guys are in and out and there's not as much continuity, that does affect, like, end of game situations is probably where that affects you the most. But at the same time, I don't think that he has created enough coaching advantages consistently throughout the year where I think he should be safe. The organization, though, again, they're in a tricky spot because it's like, well, if you're Nick Nurse, the argument is, well, you haven't given me a full deck at any point that I've been coaching this team. The only time we were playing, the best we were playing is when Joel was healthy to start, 2 years ago. That was the healthiest team I got, and then it just hasn't been the case since Jonathan Kuminga landed on his knee.
All right, well, Embiid out tonight, and just kind of surfacing through social media real quick, there are a lot of suggestions from recent examples. OG Anunoby had this surgery. Over at Philly Voice Sixers, Adam Aronson is suggesting that it could be a multi-week absence for Joel,
Not impossible,
and that he will likely not be ready for the start of the playoffs, which it seems like another wasted season if that's the case. I mean, even with him, doesn't feel great, but you take your shot against either the Knicks or somebody with Joel and Paul and Tyrese and see how it works. You don't even have him potentially. Man, it feels like you just went through an 82-game slog for no reason, and that would set up a very interesting offseason yet again. Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers at Paul Hudrick. Sixers, Rockets tonight. They did beat the Rockets last time, correct?
Yeah.
Rockets
Joel Embiid was quite good in that game.
Yes, he did. Rockets need this game, too, though. This
They
isn't
do.
like one where they're just like locked into a seeding. They need this game.
And that's what if you look around all the other teams, they all got teams that are giving up or that already have seeding. So like that the Sixers really on top of their own issues, they've not gotten a really fair shake here to end the season.
Sixers go 2-1. Good enough or probably not?
I think if they go 2-1, they're going to be a playing team because Orlando's going to win the last two games. So I can't remember off the top of my head, but they got two teams that had nothing to play for. So they're going to win those games and Charlotte too. I think Charlotte has two very winnable games. So although I think if the Sixers go 2-1, Charlotte, they would be tied to tiebreaker. But 2-1.
Hornets play the Pistons tomorrow, and the Pistons are pretty much locked
into the 1 seed. Yeah. So and pretty soon the Celtics will be locked into 2, and Knicks will be locked into 3. So who knows how much those games will matter for those teams.
Cavs Hawks again tomorrow, and of course that game, the Hawks, depending on what happens there. I watched a lot of that. They just played last night, right?
Yes,
Cavs and Hawks played. I was saying I watched
one of those 2-game sets.
I just watched that game last night. They're playing again the next day, so you can watch see what happens with the Hawks there. But I would imagine you're not catching them either. So those are some of the games happening. But Sixers lose Embiid, most likely for the rest of the regular season. We'll see if they can get to a playoff that would get them to Saturday at the very earliest. Play in most likely on Tuesday or Wednesday night. Paul Hudrick, everybody. Thanks, bud.
You got it, Mike. Take care, man.
All right, Paul Hudrick, Liberty Ballers. Make sure you check him out at Paul Hudrick. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Paul, bewildered as we all are, but Joel, according to an email from the Sixers, he has been diagnosed with appendicitis. He will undergo surgery this afternoon in Houston. Further updates will be provided as appropriate. I'll tell you what Adam Aronson wrote about, and he tweeted out just a couple moments ago, some examples of appendicitis diagnoses in the NBA, suggesting that this will be at least a multi-week absence for Embiid, and his season could be over, according to Adam. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. And there you go. It's our Eagles Draft Day contest sounder. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609 573 3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You are entered for this year's Eagles Draft Party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. You must be present to win on Thursday, April 23rd. One lucky qualifier. Could be you, caller 6, maybe you, caller 7. Will win a pair of tickets to see the Eagles play a game at Lincoln Financial Field, club box seats. You win an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resorts in Atlantic City. Another winner will get gift cards, concert tickets, comedy shows. You must be present to win Thursday, April 23rd at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resorts in Atlantic City. Caller 6, caller 7. Good luck. Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, it's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We're going to be there for the draft party Thursday, April 23rd. Brian and Absecon will be there, and Michaelina in Ventnor will be there as well. They are our latest qualifiers. And don't forget, Ocean Casino Resort, the Fanatics Sportsbook. Big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. Got Flyers tonight, got Sixers tonight, Phillies all weekend long. Aaron Lewis from Stained on Friday, April 17th. Comedian Tony Hinchcliffe on April 24th. Bobby Lee on May 2nd. Matt Rife, July 24th and July 25th. Joey Diaz, August 7th. And Sebastian Maniscalco on September 17th through the 20th and 24th through the 27th. Lenny Kravitz will be there coming up in May. I'm actually going to the Lenny Kravitz show. Andrew DeCecco, he's a music man. You a Kravitz guy, DeCecco?
When you said Sebastian, I was waiting for you to say Bach, like as in Skid Row.
Skid Row,
like,
man.
All right, I'm in.
No Skid Row, although if they do tour, I'll let you know. Lenny Kravitz coming. I know Blues Travelers coming with Spin Doctors and Gin Blossoms later on. Collective Soul is going to be back here. I think that is in August. So a little 90s grunge. I know you're a little bit more hair band, right?
Yeah, and 70s rock as well. But, yeah, you had me excited. Sebastian, I was like, is Sebastian Bach going to be there?
Well, if you see a show that down the shore you want to go to, you let me know, man. I'll do my best for you. I know the show for you is April 23rd. Let's talk a little draft, a little intel on the draft, because I want to see. Let's play a little hypothetical here. We know the A.J. Brown stuff. We've been going through it for a while. If Philadelphia took a receiver at 23, would that blow you away?
No, it wouldn't. For one, there's so much money invested on the defensive side, Mike, that they have to eventually start getting younger and drafting players on the offensive side to offset that. And knowing that receiver is a position of need, regardless of what happens with A.J. Brown, there's not a lot of depth there behind A.J. and Devontae. You have a couple of one-year signings in Hollywood Brown and Elijah Moore. Darius Cooper's been a good story of development after the one season, but they still need to add another player there to uplift that group and take it a little bit further. So it wouldn't surprise me.
So is it a good group of receivers? Will there be some guys that the Eagles will need to decide on if they stay at 23?
Yeah, Jordan Tyson is a player who's pretty interesting, Denzel Boston. But, Mike, I even like the receivers that could fall within the Eagles' range in the second round, namely Louisville's Chris Bell or Elijah Sarrett from Indiana is a player who I do like. And Ted Hurst, he's probably going to be a third-round pick, but he went to Georgia State, and you may say, well, the level of competition. Well, he went to the Senior Bowl, and I thought he acquitted himself well. He's 6'4". He runs a 4.4 and tracks the deep. He would add that explosive element to an offense that sorely needs it. So there's a number of players there that if the Eagles do wait and try to pounce on value, they should be able to find their guy.
Andrew DeCecco, Football 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Draft day, April 23rd. Now we're getting there. The receiver spot, we're looking at that, obviously, because of the A.J. Brown stuff. This is a real outside-the-box thing, maybe a little tinfoil cap, if you will. What if New England drafted a wide receiver? Would that say that trade is off the books? Would that say maybe the Eagles gave him a little elbow and said, take that guy because that's who we might want back in return?
I think that it would be more so maybe the trade, maybe they're moving on, and they've spent a lot of time evaluating a certain player. They added Romeo Dobbs in free agency, and they had a couple of other pieces there that like Keyshawn Boutte, and he's really more of a third receiver, but to me, it would signal that they've probably moved on in their process as they continue to scout and evaluate players.
So I want to get your opinion on this as well. Everybody thinks that AJ could be traded June 1st. Okay, I'll play along here. The Eagles think they're Super Bowl contenders in 2026. If you trade AJ Brown and don't get a player back in return to help this team, you get draft picks for 2027. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, in the sense that the 2027 draft, I think, is going to be really rich with talent, probably a little stronger of a class than this one. And if you're trying to rebuild the offense and add younger players, particularly at the offensive line, wide receiver, tight, I mean, they just have to get a lot younger, and it's going to take a couple years to do that. That would then arm the Eagles with optionality and flexibility there. And then the question becomes, well, who's replacing A.J. Brown in this scenario? Because they don't have anybody obvious on the roster. I think Devontae Smith could be a one, but maybe you would have to explore a trade market. You're not going to find anyone in all likelihood that's released with that post-June 1 that's going to give you equal talent, and it would leave the Eagles with a pretty sizable hole there.
Yeah. Now, do you think there's a receiver at 23 that could step in and be a player right away that you would say, you know what, if they landed Tyson or Cooper, that you would be intrigued to see Devontae Smith and that level of player?
Yeah, I think Denzel Boston would fall into that category.
That's another good one, yeah.
As you said, Jordan Tyson would fall into that category. Omar Cooper, I like him quite a bit, Mike, but more as a 2, and I'm not so sure that he has headlining potential. He offers inside-outside versatility, very good after the catch. I think it might be a little rich at 23, ever so slightly. You could probably trade down a couple of spots and get him. I like the other players that I referenced a little bit more, especially in terms of their fit within the expected scheme. But yeah, I would feel pretty good about that receiving core. You have 2 veterans as backups in Marquise Brown and Elijah Moore. You draft a rookie, and you have Devontae Smith there. Then you have whoever else, Darius Cooper and Johnny Wilson maybe battling out for the 5th, maybe 6th spot, and that gives you a youth-infused, explosive, dynamic group of pass catchers, and you're able to get something worthwhile in return for A.J. Brown. But I still maintain this, Mike. The Eagles shouldn't just give A.J. Brown away in a last-ditch effort. They owe it to themselves to give them the best chance at reaching a Super Bowl, and A.J. Brown gives them that opportunity. They're a better football team with A.J. Brown on it. Unless they're blown away, I certainly wouldn't hand them over for a song.
Agree with that. That's the basis of, to me, if they don't get a player back. Now, your point is 2027 draft. That's great, and I agree with what you're saying on that. But, hey, I can't punt 2026. I got a Super Bowl-level team. I can't give away a guy and not get a player back in return to help this particular team out. That's where I have a hard time just trading him for draft picks for next year, even though next year's draft, as you said, is a stronger draft in your estimation, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, and I think that would give the Eagles another year to continue to retool the offense, and then it'll be able to balance it out. You'll have a young defense and then a young offense that's ready to contend for many years to come. Yeah. At least that's the way that I view it.
Let's get a couple more thoughts. Everybody's always texting in. When's Andrew going to be giving us some draft nuggets? Well, we'll do it right now, all right? Let's get some more draft nuggets with Andrew. Maybe we'll do a little mailbag with the question.
Sure, man. Whatever you want to do.
Jalen Phillips, he left, obviously. Do you have a favorite guy that would be, number one, a 23, or someone that you would be willing to trade up for to maybe replace Phillips? Is this a edge rusher class that you say there's some help there?
Yes, but I'm not sure. You would have to trade up pretty. Yeah, it would be a pretty steep trade up to get one of the preeminent pass rushers. If they stand pat at 23, Mike, Keldrick Falk out of Auburn is a player who I like. He's young. He's 6'6". You like the length. He's a toolsy player. I believe that he offers the ability to drop into coverage and do some of the things that he would be asked to do in a Vic Fangio system. But all that being said, I'm not sure that if you take him at 23, he's able to help you right away and give you the same level of impact, be able to take the lion's share of the snaps like a Jalen Phillips did. It's a tough spot because that position needs a headliner, and if I'm the Eagles, probably the best method in getting that player would be via trade, whether that's Jonathan Grenard or a player who isn't really being discussed, because they could stand to add a veteran player who can, one, be the frontline guy in that group, command a lot more attention, allow someone like a Jay Luxon and a Nolan Smith to get theirs, and really everybody would fall into their place. Jalix Hunt would be the 2, Nolan Smith would be the 3, Arnold Ebiketie would be the 4, and that would be a pretty strong group of edge rushers. So for me, if you're looking for an impact player for the edge, the best course of action would be via trade.
All right, that's a spot where I agree with you. By the way, I'm not. I don't really have a guy that I see at 23 that would be somebody I'd be all that excited about.
Like there's second round guys like Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. Again, more of a rotational guy. R. Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma. He's undersized, and I'm not sure that he's going to be more than a rotational player as a rookie. So as we're trying to look at that position, you need somebody that you're going to draft and know that they could step in there and absorb the full complement or close to it, because Jalen Phillips was playing north of 50 snaps a game. You need somebody that can do that and lessen the burden on a Jalix Hunt and a Nolan Smith.
All right, Andrew, over at InsideTheBirds.com, you wrote about the safety room, which good piece, little insight there. I can't imagine, unless they trade it way up, that they would be able to help the safety room with this pick, correct? Or do you like this class maybe second, third round area for a safety? Because I got to imagine that they're got to be looking at a safety in this class, no?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I have a hard time envisioning the Eagles being okay with this group. Now, what they've done, Mike, is they've draft-proofed the roster so that you can go into the draft and eliminate the need to feel compelled to reach at a position that you need. But in the first round, you're looking at Dylan Thieneman from Oregon, probably out of the Eagles' reach. But then I look at Emmanuel McNeil-Warren out of Toledo, probably going to be a late first-round guy, 6'3", 6'4", rangy, has the rapport already with Quinyon Mitchell for what it's worth. And when you're considering about pairing a player with that kind of ranginess and ball skills alongside Drew Makuba, that really amplifies the athleticism on the back end. Then you get a little bit later in the draft. You have Kilgore, the safety from South Carolina, who can play nickel or safety, sort of a hybrid type of player, plays a lot bigger than his listed size. For South Carolina, the Eagles have shown some interest in him. And then AJ in the second round, I would say someone like AJ Hulsey from LSU. Would fit the bill if you're looking for that second-round safety. The sweet spot for him might be pick 63 when the Eagles are on the clock. So I would imagine the Eagles are not done. I do like them bringing back Marcus Epps, who gives you a baseline level of ability. He's smart. He's instinctive. He knows the system, but he's best suited, at least in my estimation, to be a number 3 safety.
Yeah, and Caleb Downs, there's no shot you're getting there. I mean, you would have to make a major jump up, and he would be the one safety that's got, I guess
plug and play, blue chip.
Exactly. The Oregon kid, I can't remember his name.
Thieneman, Dylan Thieneman.
Yes. He's another one. Would be interesting to maybe that. But I doubt you take a safety at 23. But that's an interesting class for them. But I definitely, your article, you point out that. The current safety room, you got Makuba and Epps. I mean, man, I can't imagine you enter the season with those two guys. Maybe I'm wrong.
So they're setting it up. Makuba right now is positioned to be the quote-unquote headliner of the group, and I think he did some good things. It's a shame that he fractured his ankle late in the season, because I could see him playing a lot faster, playing with more confidence, has good he covers a lot of ground, and his instincts were starting to take over. Now, you need to add someone who can pair with him, who gives you that athleticism and because in the modern era, you have to be able to, when it comes to matchups and being able to get out there in space and cover these dynamic tight ends and running backs and all that, you need someone with some length, with some range. And Marcus Epps is not that guy. He's someone who you can trust and you can put back there. He knows what to do, but it really limits the ceiling of that room. Michael Carter II, I should also mention, Mike, is a player to keep an eye on. The Eagles really like his versatility. They traded for him at the deadline. Didn't factor in all that much as a nickel, but my understanding is that he's going to factor in the mix here in that safety battle. But that shouldn't preclude the Eagles from drafting a safety and trying to bolster the group.
I'm a little bit of a Bud Clark guy. I like Bud Clark, TCU.
Oh, yeah, TCU. Yeah, he's a talker, too.
Yeah.
He kind of reminds me of C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson, yeah, was thinking the same thing. All right, man, Andrew DeCecco, next week, of course, we will be within a week to the draft, and the 23rd, draft night, Eagles pick 23. I know it's going to be fun for you because they got a lot of, mid-round picks, thirds, fourths, fifths. They got multiple picks in those rounds. I know you and Adam did a good pod the other day looking at all the mid-round stuff, so we'll get into some of that stuff here on Football at 4. Andrew DeCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Talk soon.
As always, Andrew DeCecco, great on the draft. We're going to do some draft stuff leading up to the draft. We'll certainly talk to Andrew, of course, for Football at 4 next week. And we'll talk to Rick Saratella, our draft guy, coming up a little bit later on this next week on the show as well. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Big screens, big bets. Game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. And don't forget to check out all their live entertainment coming up this summer, spring, and fall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And the Sports Bash will be back at one of our spots, Ocean Casino. You know, we're there every Monday for the football season. We'll be back there this fall for our Monday shows from the Fanatic Sportsbook. But on draft night, we will be live at the Balcony Bar, and we have another chance for you to qualify coming up this hour on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Nuggets on the way. Earnshaw's got today's Nuggets for us. I can't even believe that this Embiid thing is manifested to where it is. But Joel has had surgery today, appendicitis, which could end his season. We'll talk about that and more. Earnshaw's got today's Nuggets next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 424. Earnshaw will be here in a moment with today's Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Today's Nuggets brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call them, 609-390-3907, online, broadleys.net. A lot of text today on the White Horse RV text board. A lot of it about Embiid. Embiid, for those of you just tuning in, is out tonight and probably, I would imagine, is out for at least the regular season, if not longer. If they don't have him, they probably won't make the playoff. They would likely be a play-in team, which is even likely with him. Adam Aronson at Sixers Adam tweeted earlier today at around 3:47 some recent NBA appendix issues and their timelines. Channing Frye from 2017 had surgery on February 17th. He returned on March 26th. That's a month. OG Anunoby, surgery on April 11th, returned on June the 2nd. I mean, April, May, in basically the entire month of May and almost half of April, more than half of April. Another surgery in 2016. January 27th was the surgery, returned on March the 5th. So if there's any indication from those recent examples of appendicitis and the surgeries, we have seen the last of Joel Embiid this season, outside of the Sixers possibly making a deep run into the NBA playoffs without Joel Embiid, and that ain't happening. So that's what we know about Joel and the possibility of him helping this team out. Let's bring in Earnshaw for today's edition of Knicks Nuggets on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, Nuggets?
Good afternoon, Mike.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I was mad, I think, for about 5 minutes. I texted Heading this because he sent me the information. I think you're just numb. Oh, there you go. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's real good.
You sound so sad.
Yeah.
You need a sad violin behind you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's part of the course. It's not a April, it's not a May. If you don't get the Joel Embiid notification, I mean, you just kind of feel bad for the guy. I mean, he has had every possible injury under the sun that you could think of. A broken face, Bell's palsy. I mean, the list goes on. Now it's appendicitis, and you're glad that they caught this. But it seemingly seems that his season is done, to say the least. I don't see him really coming back very quickly from this. You just kind of listed off all the former injuries from other players who have had this. I know OG Anunoby had it when he was playing under Nick Nurse during that Raptors run. He actually missed the entire postseason. But you can't make it up. It's so unfortunate.
Well, this is all
Where
over
do you
the place,
go from
though,
here?
Nick. This is all over the place. Now, some people, we just talked about the NBA guys, some missed a month and a half. Other people, we got a guy in the building here that said he was out 5 days. His ruptured. He had a ruptured appendix. He missed 5 days. I got a guy texting in that basically said his 110-pound girlfriend worked a week later, so he better not be out that long. It's an easy procedure. He said, my girlfriend had it last year. She was out of work for a week. So there's a whole litany of things. But the NBA guys that Adam mentioned in his article, they all were out for over a month.
Well, I bring up the OG Anunoby example, who played under Nick Nurse. This is the first time Nick Nurse has had to deal with this. He missed the entire postseason. So it just depends how bad it is, right? And, with Joel, I'm not going to say it's going to be a speedy recovery. When has it been a speedy recovery for Joel, unfortunately? It's just been his luck of his career. And what does this make you think now, though?
Listen, he has been so snake bitten. I mean, you feel like, what more can you make up? You couldn't make up injuries and say he's going to end up with this one next. Like, he's already broken his face. He's already had Bell's palsy. He's already got – I mean, you can't even keep making up injuries. And, people are like, this guy's so injury prone. How do you know someone's going to get appendicitis?
You know, that's why you're playing the violin. That's why I have no energy today. I'm numb to this. Like, if you're a Sixers fan, you're just numb.
This is after him saying that the knee issues are behind him, that the knee problem's behind me. So now you're like, wow, the guy's finally like healthy, where he's saying in his mind, my knee is now healthy. Then he gets the oblique situation, which somebody kicks him. A 7'2" man got kicked in the oblique area that caused him to miss 13 games. He finally comes back from that, and then when he's back from that, he gets sick. Now, was the illness that he had last week tied to the appendicitis?
I'm sure.
Because if that's the case, he somehow scored 34 points in a game that he was sick.
That's why I'm not going to ever question the guy's toughness. He tries to be out there. He tries. Like, the guy put up 34 the other week. He's not a soft player. I know you're putting the comment up if you're watching on the YouTube channel. He's not a soft player. The guy's body has failed him. There's a difference between being soft. He dropped 54 with no knee and a meniscus and Bell's palsy, or 50+ on the Knicks 2 years ago.
Yeah.
The guy's body's just failed him. I mean, it's that simple. It's that simple. It's not that he's not trying to play. The whole article that came out last year was that he was trying to play. The Sixers have had to hold him back. It just failed him. That's it.
Well, listen, there's a lot of men that played this game who were in that size range where their body just, can't do it.
Nope.
Human beings were not made to be 7'2" and run up and down a wood floor and run up and down a wood floor. The body just breaks down on you. The body just can't handle that sheer size.
No, I mean, he's a massive human being, and the way he plays the game is why he gets hurt so much. I mean, he plays it like a guard. It's just like, and now with the Nugget number one, I mean, where do you go from here? They're probably going to be in the play-in. If they get to a first round, maybe could he come back? Possibly, who knows? But you're probably going to be bouncing the first round if that's as far as you get. Where do you go from here in the offseason? Is this where you start to look to move on and just say, you know what? It was a nice run. He got an MVP for us, made us a contender, but the body's just failing him, man. It's over.
Well, listen, if in a perfect world, I think the Sixers would try to move him and just say, look, fresh start. We need to break apart. Like, this can't – but no one else is going to want to put up with this.
Well, what did you bring up the other day, right? You said if they could try and move him and see how another organization handles him. I don't know how they would handle him.
Well, I said I don't want to. I'm not asking for them to trade you. I'm not one of those people that are like, you got to trade him. What I said is I would like to see him trade it for the sheer reason of I want to see how another organization would handle him.
Well, now does this change your mind about the trade stuff? I'm in limbo. I don't know where I'm at right now. I got to see the rest of the season play out.
I don't think him missing because of appendicitis. First off, appendicitis is just a freak thing. Like
I know, but there's so many freak things. Like, it's getting to that point now. It's just like
I know, but my point is, I don't think that helps or hurts another team saying, you know what, we'll take him. He played in 30+ games this year again. He never plays back-to-backs. There's no team that's going to say, we're going to give you something of value so that we can put up with what you've been putting up. Thank you.
That's the thing. Like, do you just try and move off the contract? Like, you don't even care what you get back at this point.
I mean,
cut your losses. Open up the cap space.
The crazy part about this is there's 3 games left in the season.
Yeah.
And everyone was like, they're going to get to the finish line. They're going to get to the finish line with him healthy and ready to play. And he gets appendicitis.
I mean, I said it the other day. I said, something's going to happen. Like, something just has to happen, right? Like, they're so close, yet so far.
And there you go.
There you go. I don't know what this means for the future. I don't. Like, it depends how the season shakes out. What happens in the Rockets, Pacers, Bucks? What spot do they finish in? Is it 8? Is it 9? Do they even finish in 10? Because they could still finish in 10th place at this point too.
Well, I'll tell you what. Right now, listen, if they win tonight, they play Houston on the road. Houston needs this game. So Houston, they're tied with the Lakers right now. If they move above the Lakers, they would get home court advantage in the series against the Lakers. I know the Lakers are a depleted team too, but the Houston would much rather be the 4 seed than the 5. Although, if you are the 4, you would play Oklahoma City? No. Well, it depends because if you're the 4 or 5, the winner of that game would play Oklahoma City, so it doesn't really matter. But they're only a game and a half behind 3 as well.
Right. So they need this game badly. You needed to be healthy for this game. You wanted everybody there. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. The fact that he has to have the surgery right away in Houston tells me not good, to say the least, on a recovery. That's just what it seems like. I mean, the fact that he's having it right now in Houston, they couldn't wait. I mean, that kind of tells the story right there.
I agree. But the interesting part about this is the amount of time that some of these guys, Fry, Anunoby, some others that they have missed are a lot longer than I would have anticipated looking at the text board where people, and again, we asked, Chris, who works down the hallway from us, he said he was on vacation. He had his appendix burst, and he was out. He had surgery. He was out 5 days. Now, he's not playing NBA basketball.
No, he's not playing NBA basketball. We'll see. We'll see how it shakes out. I'm sure Nick Nurse will get a lot of questions. Maybe they'll have a little bit more information post-game, maybe when the surgery is finished. Yeah. But I'd assume he'd stay in Houston. I don't know.
By the way, Phil in Brigantine says, Mike, strenuous activity after a rupture surgery takes 4 to 6 weeks from everything I read. It's totally effed up. You got to feel really bad for the man. People should not be comparing playing NBA basketball to someone going back to an office for bleep's sakes.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take 5 days.
I think that guy said his girlfriend was a waitress, though. That's a little more strenuous. You got to lift the thing up over your head.
Yeah, you got to do a little more exercise there. Being a waitress. I don't know, man. With Embiid, I mean, he could be out 3 months with this. Who knows?
Maybe she wasn't. Where did I think that she said that he said that? He said, my girlfriend had it last year. She was out a week. Come on, man. This guy's playing hoops. He's playing NBA hoops. See how it's bizarre, man. It's bizarre world.
They just must be the most cursed organization in sports. I mean, the fact this happens, what is it, gastronitis or whatever that he had the 1 year?
Gastroenteritis.
I don't even know how to say the word. Man, this is not good. Not good. I don't know. I just got to see how the season plays out. What happens? What seed do they end up in? Do they get past the play-in round?
You want me to tell you how this works?
What do you think? What do you think's going to happen? Give me your prediction, Gil.
Play-in game, you lose. Whether you're the 7 or the 8, if you play that game, loss. Next game, loss. Golf course.
All right, so they're going to be packing their bags. They're going to be in Cancun very quickly. Very quickly. So that means I could go on my vacation as well.
There will be, after tonight, you will have 2 games in the play-in or 1, depending on if you're the 8 or the 9, because right now you're the 8. Now, The only thing they got going their way is you have 2 teams left, 2 of which have no interest. You have 3 games left, 2 of which have no interest in winning. You got the Indiana Pacers, who don't want to win any games, and you have the Bucks, who I don't imagine are all that interested in getting wins for Doc Rivers at this stage of the season. No,
even though it's his last game, and then he's going to go into the Hall of Fame, the whole thing.
Matt Gord's last game, by the way. Sunday.
Matt Gord's, last regular season home game. Will he get a playoff game? That remains to be seen at this point.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what more you can. This is the cherry on top of the most bizarre injury filled career, maybe in NBA history.
Yeah, you know what this also means? I'm going to owe Schweim a steak dinner. So I'm going to be down a steak dinner to Schweim.
How come?
Well, the Flyers are looking pretty hot right now. All right, they're probably going to make the playoffs. I said, Schweim, if the Flyers make the playoffs, I'll get you a steak dinner. I did that a couple weeks ago when they were kind of.
Only if they make the playoffs.
Only if they make the playoffs.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a bad job by me. Bad job. Well, listen, maybe I need to make bets like that because then good things start to happen that don't benefit me in the personal realm. And he was only going to give me a steak dinner if they got past the second round. Well, it should have been past the play-in, honestly, at this point.
Gotcha. All right. Well, the Flyers right now look to be in a much better situation than the
You're
Sixers.
damn right.
Yeah.
You're damn right. I'm going to have to pay for that steak dinner coming up here shortly in probably a couple of weeks. So there's that. All right, moving along to another dreaded topic to talk about. That's the Phillies offense. A team that has not scored in 20 innings, last two games, 0, zip, no runs. They have a minus 15 run differential this year. They have the 23rd best batting average in Major League Baseball. Mike, this is not good. And then also, they can't hit against lefties either because they're so left-handed dominant that guess what? They can't hit lefties, and then their right-handed batters also can't hit lefties. You look at Philly Voice today. It was a great article done in there, and it went over lefties versus left-handed pitching, 23rd in the league, a buck 93. Righties versus left-handed pitching, a buck 30th in the league. Overall, a buck 59 against left-handed pitching, 30th in the league. They can't hit, Mike.
Well, they certainly haven't got off to a good start. That's number one. Number two, their lineup is completely flawed the way they have stocked it. They haven't put themselves in position to even succeed. But by putting Bryson Stott in the 5 hole, you've got a guy in the 4 hole who really shouldn't be hitting there. Those guys need to be down in the 6, 7 spot. Bohm, obviously not a 4 spot. They don't really have a good option there. They don't have a great 5 option, but while they don't have great 4 options, they have more guys who should be hitting 5 than should be hitting 4, and you have the least qualified option hitting 5. Now, one problem that I brought up is 1, 2, and 3, let's just say they're good. I don't know that they're great still. Are they still good but not as good as like last year I said Bryce Harper was good, and what if he's good this year, but the good this year isn't as good as the good last year? Not that he's bad. Not that he stinks, just, hey, he's just good.
Yeah, well, maybe Dave Dom was onto something, not elite anymore. I mean, he's kind of proven Dave Dombrowski's point.
Nobody disagreed with Dave Dombrowski. And here's the other problem.
Bryce Harper probably did.
Bryce Harper would be the one guy who disagreed with Dave Dombrowski. The other problem is this. Somebody asked, how do we see it that the lineup is flawed, and the Phillies didn't see it? The Phillies saw it. Their problem is they have too much invested into this current roster. They can't keep investing more and more money. They're not the Dodgers, right? They're not the Dodgers where they can say, hey, we won the World Series last year with this. Let's go out and get Kyle Tucker too. Like Edwin Diaz, let's go get him. The Phillies can't do that. At some point, the spending has to stop. And when you spent on Schwarber and Harper and Turner and Realmuto, you're paying Castellanos not to be here, $18 million for Taijuan Walker. That all starts to add up to where now you're in a spot where I can't keep adding guys. Somebody I drafted has to help. So Bohm's not great, but he's major league work. He started an all-star game, for God's sakes. So they're like, hey, we got this guy for $10 million. He's cheap. The problem is he's not good enough for this team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the exact point. You talk about Bryson Stott batting in the 5 hole, not good enough. Remember last year, he was great lower in the lineup, right? Where Justin Crawford is now because there was less pressure on him. But it just seems that everybody is not hitting. And this is a problem that they had, and we talked about it. They're essentially running it back with the same roster, and we knew they couldn't do that if they wanted to have a shot. Now, could it be early in the season? They catch fire late? No, but I'm seeing the same things happen over and over again that we've talked about for years now. The bats are not good enough. The bats have gone cold at times, and through stretches, they're very inconsistent. Yeah. And you brought back everybody who are now a year older now. That's a problem.
Definitely. And listen, Leslie and Manny, when are we going to call for Rob Thompson to be fired? I don't know what, changing the manager might be the only thing you can do at this point because you're not changing the roster. You can't change this. You can't move that guy. I mean, Turner, untradeable. Harper, untradeable. Schwarber, you're not going to trade. They don't have pieces to move to make this team any better. So you might have to do what the Phillies did when they brought Thompson here, is just shake that spot up when he replaced Girardi a couple of years ago. This doesn't mean it's Topper's fault. What are you supposed to do? You keep giving me the same team.
He keeps getting the same team, and I'm sure he's being told what lineup to put out there. Like we've talked about, a lot of managers nowadays, they just get handed, this is the lineup you're going with, right? Like,
I don't understand how any analytics, the result of whatever analytics you popped into the computer, spit out, hit Bryson Stott fifth. I would take that computer and throw it out the window and start over.
I agree. And I mean, Garcia's been whatever, batting 250, had a base hit last night, a walk.
You're not going to put Adolis Garcia in the 4-hole.
But
and then all of a sudden,
mean, that's what people were clinging to as like, all right, they brought in Garcia. Let's see how it goes. I mean, he's been fine. But we told you, he's a glorified Castellanos who's just a better defender. That's what he is.
Yep, absolutely. Listen, you couldn't imagine, or anybody out there saying put Garcia in the 4-hole. That's not fixing this team's problems.
No.
Now,
and we know,
hold on, Mike, into the 5-hole, moving a new guy into the 5-hole could change a little bit, but it's not. You need the top 3 guys to get going. They have to be what you paid them to be, and that hasn't happened so far.
Well, they picked up right where they left off in the postseason last year. I mean, they can't hit squat. But the thing is, they recognized they had to get another bat into this lineup and an infusion of youth. They went out and almost got Bo Bichette. Remember, they nearly signed him. But then the whole thing with the Mets, the Kyle Tucker, they bring him in, whatever. And then you bring back Real Muto for 3 more years. You then totally did a 180 and doubled down on running it back with all of these older guys who are a year older into their 30s. And it's showing. It's showing right now.
Mike, please explain why Harper and Turner are both untradeable. Well, they both have no trade clauses in their contract, which lets them say, I do not want to be traded. Now, could they, erase, void those no trade clauses? They could, but you sign a no trade clause because generally you don't want to keep moving your family around. By the way, let me ask that guy who texted in. Trey Turner has an 11-year, $300 million contract. Do you think another team wants to pick up the tab on that and be paying him when he's 40 years old to play shortstop?
No.
I wouldn't. I said before, last year I did a show, and I said if I could amnesty one contract in the city of Philadelphia, many people, not smart, went with Paul George. I went with Trey Turner, and it wasn't even close. And that was last year, and he won the batting title. And you would say, hindsight 2020, would you still get rid of him? He won the batting title. And I would say, in a heartbeat, Trey Turner doesn't do anything to make this team any different or better. He's just a guy, a 306 guy. Well, he won the batting title. He hit 306. There's guys walking around who retired 10 years ago that could jump into this league and hit 306. So Trey Turner is one of the more overpriced players. Nobody in their right mind would call the Phillies and say, I'd take that guy from you. And Bryce Harper, if you're another team, do you want a guy who looks like he's starting to hit a decline, who's still getting paid what he's going to be getting paid over the next 4 years? Not to mention his agent seemingly is a pain in the ass and thinks he should get a raise.
Yeah, that's the best part. Thinks he should get a new contract at this point in his career with everything that's going on. I'm telling you, this was a terrible offseason for the Phillies. They lose Ranger Suarez. They lose out on Bo Bichette. They re-sign Real Muto to a multi-year deal. It was not good enough. The one plus was the bullpen, which is fine. But man, oh man, oh man. I mean, it's just they didn't make enough moves. They've spent a lot of money on guys who are not coming up in the big moments for them and who are getting older. That was the problem. We did not want to see them run it back. We wondered what they would do if they would run it back. They almost did it, and now they have not. They did.
Glenn from Northfield on the White Horse RV text board says, the big boys in our team can get traded. Just think of Rafael Devers' trade. I will say this. The one thing with Devers was a big difference is they asked him to change positions. He refused to do it, and that started all that. Now, if the Phillies want to push both of these guys to ask for a trade, you tell Trey Turner we're moving you to the outfield, and he might say, well, then I want to be traded. Or you tell Bryce Harper, we're moving you back to the outfield, and he might say, well, then I want to be traded. Outside of that, both of those guys have no trade clauses.
It is April 9th. I will say that. I get it. It is still very early in the season. But, man, but the problem is we're seeing the same old story over and over and over again. Nothing has changed. Zero, zip, nada.
Nope. And next thing you know is Friday night, there have been some reports that they are going to shake the lineup up a little bit, and we'll see. I think the first thing will be Stott will be moved to the 7 or 8 spot in the lineup, and I think that will be the first. Now, that being said, I don't know that they make a bunch of changes or just one at first. I don't know that they do just one at first. I think you might see Garcia move to the 4, Marsh move to the 5, Bohm's hitting 6, Stott's hitting 7th. I don't think Real Muto's going to be ready to play tomorrow night, so you'll have Marchand hitting 8th and then Crawford hitting 9th. I will say this about Crawford. He's gotten off to a really good start, but all of a sudden he's starting to see big league pitching every single day and seeing it's a little tougher up here than it was. He's down to 306 pretty quickly and 342 on base for Crawford. So
what happened to that day that everybody won a game? The Flyers won, the Phillies won, the Sixers. Oh, how things change.
It happens fast, man. Life moves at you fast. Was that from Ferris Bueller's Day Off? If you don't stop and take a look around in a while, it might just pass you by.
Oh, it's passing a lot of these teams by. We'll see how it goes. All right, Mike. 2 negative nuggets for you today. Not a lot of fun. You can play the violin if you want as we end the Nuggets here. I mean, it's just been a disaster of a day.
Chris in Northfield says, gun to your head, Turner or Harper. You can only keep one.
Harper. He's better defensively, too. Turner's not that great of a defender either.
That's a tough one. Turner's contract is here longer. I'm only saying that's a tough one for this reason. Harper's left-handed, and I am sick of all these lefties. I need to get rid of somebody that hits left-handed.
They have no right-handed hitter.
Turner for his right-handed bat, maybe, but I think I'd rather keep Harper the player over Turner the player.
Yeah, I would keep Harper.
Good question, Chris from
Outstanding.
Northfield. All right, there's today's Nuggets.
Is it over? It's over. It's finally over.
Josh, is that it?
It's over.
Josh said that's all we have.
All right, good. Thanks. See you guys. I'm going to go cry.
He's back tomorrow with more Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, on the Twitter X platform. Coming up in the 5 o'clock hour is our Phillies Fastball segment. We'll talk about the Phillies lineup possibilities. There is some reports they're going to make some changes. What can they do? Plus, Zach Wheeler. There is some positive news around the Phillies. Zach Wheeler through last night. We'll update you on that in Phillies Fastball coming up on the other side. Don't forget that sounder 2 more times today. You can enter to win Eagles Club Box tickets to a game at Lincoln Financial Field this season. All that and more on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And there is our contest sounder right now, caller 6 and caller 7. You are entered to win Eagles Club Box seats for a game at home this season at Lincoln Financial Field. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609-573-3776. You must be present to win at our Eagles draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's the bar right over top the sports book. You walk up the stairs, we'll be up there. We'll have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino. We'll have concert tickets, comedy shows, gift cards, and the big prize, Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field. Caller 6 and caller 7, good luck. Don't forget, you must be present to win. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Phillies fastball in just a moment. We'll dive into all the issues with the Phillies. Jeff and Oscar join me for today's Phillies fastball. First, I want to congratulate our latest qualifiers for our awesome prize for the draft party. Going to be at Ocean Casino Resort, the Balcony Bar. Who we got?
Kyle and Kate May and Steven and Marmora.
Steven Marmora, Kyle and Kate May. We'll see you guys at Ocean's Balcony Bar. You have a chance now to win some. You have a chance to win a pair of tickets to an Eagles game this year, an overnight stay, and other great prizes. Time for today's Phillies fastball. It is brought to you by Ventnor Social. It's the place to go to catch every Phillies game on their 20 big screen TVs while enjoying great food and drinks. We will be back at Ventnor Social on April 30th, a live show, Phillies watch party for the Phillies day game against the San Francisco Giants. It's a 1:05 start for the Phillies and the Giants. We'll be there, and stop on out, and you have a chance to win a trip to go see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards in Baltimore. Well, last night after the game, Rob Thompson indicated there might be some changes to the Phillies lineup. So we'll start there with today's Phillies fastball. Jeff Kerr, do you want to tackle that one first? That is what what Rob Thompson told the media last night, that there might be some changes here. Let's get into that one as we start today's Phillies fastball.
Yeah, after Game 12, he changed the lineup last year. Well, we're done Game 12, and he hinted at changes to the lineup, and there are going to be changes. Not sure about the top. I think Marsh and Stott are going to flip-flop. I think that'll be a change. I'm hearing maybe Adolis Garcia goes to fourth. That could be a possibility. So if he goes to fourth, where's Alec Bohm goes? Alec Bohm go to sixth, and then you put Marsh in fifth and Stott seventh. I don't know, Oscar. What do you think? What do you think?
Look, I mean, the reality is whichever way you look at it, I mean, everybody's in a slump right now. I mean, that's the reality. I mean, we got 4 hits, 2 straight games. I mean, it's absolutely embarrassing. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, having $30 million players and hitting less than 200. I mean, it's just, I mean, it is a shame. And we're scoring 3.5 runs per game. I think we're right now 26 or 25th, 26 in all baseball. Look, it's there is nothing to brag about this this team, and we're 25th at 3.5 runs per game. So, and my biggest concern, to be honest with you, is that we're falling behind. I mean, when you look at kind of the entire division, I mean, you see the Braves scoring 5.1 runs per game. You see the Mets scoring 4.6 runs per game. We're at 3.5. I mean, we're scoring a run less than kind of the leaders in the division, and having the Marlins ahead of you, it's not fun.
No, it's not, guys. And, Jeff, let's hit on what you talked about there. Some talk about moving the lineup around. Garcia maybe to the 4-hole. Probably Bohm goes to the 6-hole. I think the first thing, as we've discussed a little bit here, I put out a tweet last night. Just an innocent tweet, just some quick thoughts. It got a ton of reaction, so I'll throw it your guys' way. We can read off some of the responses that I got, but realistically, I said, Phillies lineup, very flawed. Same as before. Not sure how they neglected this again. They are too left-handed. They are not good enough platoon options versus left-handed pitching. Adding Crawford, fine, but he's another left-handed bat. Which analytic has Stott hitting number 5? That's comical. They will likely be fine and win a lot of games, but a deep playoff run with this group, don't see it. Where was the flaw in that conversation? Anybody?
Go ahead, Jeff. Go ahead.
I mean, I didn't think there was a flaw with you saying stop being fifth, or this lineup is too much the same. And I think that's where the whole run it back stuff came in, right? I mean, people are just fatigued with winning and the same thing, right? I mean, I think they saw Turner's first, Schwarber's second, Harper's third. Okay, we've seen that. That's fine. But they're not hit. I think they're tired of Alec Bohm in the cleanup spot. I think they want to see it. I think even if he struggled, I think they wanted to see Adolis Garcia in the cleanup spot. They want Brandon Marsh to play every day. We know he can't do that. We've seen it. We've seen 4 years of it. I'm going to put out his stats against left-handed pitching today. It's not going to happen. JT Realmuto coming back. I think that's what frustrated them literally an hour after they failed on getting Bo Bichette. This team needed Bo Bichette more than the Mets did. I'm sorry. They did. And Bo Bichette would have fit right in a cleanup, and then you have him in there, and all of a sudden Al Bo moves down, and Adolis Garcia moves down. That looks great. Bryson Stott's at the bottom of the lineup. You could even bring back JT Realmuto if you wanted. I didn't think that would have been the case, but that would have been another story. But, yeah, this team badly needed Bo Bichette, and they tried to get him. They just didn't do it.
Yeah, and listen, I want to get, Oscar, I want to get into a conversation regarding the analytics here. What analytic would say Bryson Stott deserved to be the first option for the number 5 spot? I think that is the number one question here in terms of when you put this lineup together in spring training, you're going through how reliant on analytics are the Philadelphia Phillies? That's number one, right? How reliant are they on analytics? It seems they are very heavily driven based on their very righty-lefty platoon. They don't usually will say, people get mad, Oscar, where they say, man, this guy had 4 hits yesterday. Why is he out of the lineup today? Well, he faced a right-handed pitcher. Now they're facing a left-handed pitcher. So it seems that the Phillies are very reliant on analytics. I don't see what analytic popped off the page that said Stott is the best option. So we really need to start there, correct?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, look, let's start from the fundamentals. This has been a flawed lineup since the very beginning. It's a lineup that is very streaky, that depends too much on the home run ball and depends too much on Schwarber to be able to deliver. I mean, last year we won 96 games. This team is going to hit, but it's going to be very, very streaky. And I do believe there are 2 seasons. There is the regular season, and then there is the postseason. I think what we've learned, if we continue doing the same thing, you're going to continue getting the same results. So the bottom line is, over the last 3 years, Baum and Stott have played key roles as the 4th and 5th hitters, and they are more bottom of the lineup guys. I mean, Baum is a contact hitter. He doesn't hit the ball hard. We've known that for a number of years, and we continue to come up. And part of the challenge is you pay Turner, Schwarber, and Harper $30 million. So what you have left is what you have right now. It's a Garcia on a 1-year contract. He has the same pedigree or the same dynamics as Castellanos. So it's a flawed lineup from the very beginning, and we can move some pieces around. I think March should be hitting up 5th instead of Stott. And you could potentially move Garcia, but Garcia is going to have the same thing. I mean, Garcia is right now in a semi-slump right now. He's batting. I mean, we saw it 3 days ago. He was hitting 300. He's now hitting 250 with a 728 OPS. So it's a flawed lineup that has issues. He will hit at some point, and he will hit for power. But the bottom line, as I said before, this is a team of heroes versus a team that collectively, the sum of its parts is greater, can deliver a greater output.
Okay, guys, I want to read off some of the comments I got on that very thing. You have, if you're watching our Phillies Fastball live broadcast, of course, on all platforms. You can check us out on the X platform, on YouTube. Oscar has a lot of great visuals for the people who are watching the show. They're hitting right now. I mean, they're just not hitting at all. And somebody on social media messaged me, says, Mike, this is where you're wrong. Because I said they will likely be fine and win a lot of games. He says Father Time is undefeated. They will not be fine. The players have consistently relied on talent and not fundamentals. Now they're older, slower hand speed, less pop. They need fundamentals and approach. They aren't there. Is that fair to wonder if age is starting to filter and become a problem for your guys that you've relied so much on?
I think for some players, not all of them. I think Trey Turner was a guy that they had him change his game, right? He used to be a 20, 25 home run hitter with high OPS. They said, hey, look, you got to be a singles hitter. He became that and won a batting title. I still say Bryce Harper tries to do too much and is way too violent with his swing. He's got to admit he's 32. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not a professional athlete. I don't have the tools that Bryce Harper does or the equipment.
Come on, you're a professional bowler. Come on, Jeff. Come on, dude.
I don't have hyperbaric chambers. I'm not taking blood out of myself. He has to admit that things start hurting when you get into your 30s. JT Realmuto, he's 35. He's already feeling that. Kyle Schwarber, I think he'll be fine in the long run. But again, yeah, I agree. It's older, but look, these guys do work on fundamentals. They're working on fundamentals all the time. I don't think that's it. but I do agree with the age. I think there's too many guys that are over 32 in this lineup, and I just don't know how you change that.
I think my issue with Harper is the injuries. I think Schwarber, I mean, he hit 56 home runs. He led the majors in RBIs. I mean, let's not kid each other.
It would have been terrible if you didn't sign him, right?
Yeah, I mean, let's be very, very clear. I mean, Schwarber will be fine. Turner will be fine. Harper, my biggest concern, Harper's injuries. I mean, it is a concern. The other thing, I want Harper hitting more toward left field. When he won, I said it yesterday, when he won in 2021 the MVP, he was hitting more toward left field. I want him hitting, spreading the ball across the entire field, and he's a lot more effective hitter. So, look, Father Time is going to take in due time. I don't think Father Time the issue is right now. It's just you don't have great hitters. I mean, Baum, Stott, Garcia, March, I mean, they're okay hitters. They're not great hitters.
Yeah, our buddy Tim Kelly said this on Phillies Weekly Sunday night. The biggest problem with this lineup is 4 and 5.
Well, 4 and 5, and I want to get to some other messages here. I'm going to pop the messages over in the comments section. If anybody wants to comment, and maybe, Oscar, we can put those up on the screen. This one is from Brian Romani. He says, Mike, they aren't good enough. The lineup is flawed. Yes, zero change, though, in plate approach by any of the hitters they have. They're all third and fourth outfielders. You can't put perfume on a skunk. So, the outfield. You got a lot of third and fourth outfielders, no really top flight outfielders. But I think the big one is the change in plate approach. Is that something that, how do you tell Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, you've been doing this your whole career? Well, now you got to change. That's a hard thing to do. Even Adolis Garcia, who you put up the stats for the guys batting fourth in the lineup, 170, 250 on base percentage, a 505 OPS. You put Garcia there. I think the difference between Bohm and Garcia's, guys, let's see what we do here. Bohm, you're going to put the ball in play. He'll probably drive in some runs.
Weak. That's an important point. Weak.
Yeah.
He doesn't strike out all that much. Garcia, probably going to get a lot of guys on base, and then you'll see a big strikeout in a big moment of a game. So do you want to take your chance with a guy who's going to put the ball in play maybe weekly, or the guy who's going to strike out a lot? Answer to that question, both flawed. They don't have a good option.
I'd take Garcia and March, ahead of Baum and Stott right now, based on how they've been hitting. I do believe the combination of Garcia and March would be stronger in the middle of the lineup. Look, it's flawed, as we said all along. I mean, there are issues, but I would take a chance right now. Now, the other thing that I'll throw out there, and I'll let you answer the question, Jeff, in a second, is putting Schwarber back to first to lead off. That is an interesting option there that have proven in the past to work. So maybe just to shake things up a little bit is something he could potentially do as well.
Yeah, and Schwarber goes leadoff, Oscar. I'll bring it back to you here. Who do you put second? Do you put Turner second?
Yeah. Just shake it up. Shake it up a little bit so he feels different.
I like Turner in the 2 in that situation. I think 1 or 2 are really the only spots for him. You can maybe try him at 3, but really doesn't make a lot of sense. The question would be, if you go with Schwarber back to the 1, Turner 2, you're still in the situation where you have Bohm hitting 4 unless you move him to 3 and Harper in the 4 hole, and I don't think they want to do that. I think they want Harper to get up in that first inning. Again, it goes back to, guys, everywhere you move the chess piece, you're 1 or 2 pieces short.
And we knew this all along. We knew we did not have a cleanup hitter. We knew it. I mean, Garcia, and as soon as Garcia was signed, I said, let's be very careful with Garcia because he has the same profile that Castellanos does. Same profile. He has more power.
Better defender. Yep.
Better defender, but from a hitting standpoint, similar profile with a little bit more power.
I like the guy who messaged into my response there, and he said, Mike, how come you saw this and they haven't seen this? I answered the question very firmly like this.
Oh, I think they did see it. They just didn't get it.
Well, I said the answer for me, guys, is money. They have a lot of money locked into declining players. Turner, by the way, I've been saying this for years. Turner, nice player, never worth $300 million. He was never in his best year a $300 million player.
And they were striking when the iron was hot that year, too, because they went to the World Series and they knew they needed a shortstop.
They needed a shortstop. And by the way, you're thinking, man, we went to the World Series, and if we add this guy who is basically everything we need, that could put us over the top. The problem is you paid him $300 million very long term. He's not a $300 million player, so that put a lot of pressure on him from the get-go, and we all know what happened there. And he's a nice player, not $300 million. So why do we see this and they don't? To that guy, Miles, who tweeted in, Harper, still good, just doesn't seem to be the same. Real Muto. He's not a $15 million offensive player. I'm sure Schwarber will be fine, but is he ever going to match what he did last year?
I mean, this team was built on pitching. I mean, bottom line, look at the moves they made in the spring. They signed Christopher Sanchez. They signed Jesus Luzardo. They got them locked up. Now you got 5 starters locked up to pretty much 2031. So that's basically it right there. And then you straighten the bullpen. But yeah, there was just hard to do it. I still look. I'll bring it back to Bo Bichette. Bo Bichette to me was, when you're in the bar and you're trying to get that girl, and you're talking to that girl, and it's going very well, but she's still not interested. That's how I looked at it.
She's your friend.
I saw you in the Super Bowl. I saw you in the
were
Super
friend
Bowl.
zoned.
Jeff, you're her friend. Take the hint, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey.
Take the hit. And Bo Bichette, he played him for somebody else.
He did. And listen, I don't even know that Bo Bichette is the perfect piece. He's a right-handed bat, but that hits for some power. So, yes, he would have been better than anybody else they have here. No question there. But I still think they're a bat short. Even if you had a guy hitting 4, then you don't have a guy hitting 5. What does that do to Bichette? You would say, well, not everybody can have protection. I get that point of it. But really from 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you look at that lineup yesterday, you're thinking, man, is this really a World Series lineup, especially if Turner, Schwarber, and Harper are not the best versions of themselves?
They're not.
I mean,
well, they've shown the last 2 years they're not.
You're missing a run producer. I mean, that's the bottom line. You're missing somebody. So if Schwarber and Harper get on base, Turner, Schwarber, and Harper get on base, you're missing that last guy that is going to be doing. I'm going here. I'm looking at the stats of Garcia. He's been in the major leagues for 8 years. I mean, the last time he drove in 100 runs was in 2023. The last 2 years has been 85 and 75. He's probably the best fourth hitter you have right now.
Right.
I prefer even if he strikes out, I'll take him.
Yeah.
The one thing with him, Oscar, is he has hit 4th in his career more times than any other spot in the lineup. So it's not like he doesn't understand that he's going to get pitched a little bit. He has hit there. This isn't a guy who has hit 6 and 7 his whole career, and now you're going to move him up. He has hit 4th for most of his career. Stott hitting 5th is criminal to me. I don't know.
That's what I thought was crazy. Like, look, I'm not an analytics savant here, but I know numbers. The numbers were Brandon Marsh was a 320 hitter batting 5th last year. Why didn't you go that route?
Let me ask you this
he had
question.
a hot spring training. I mean, that's the way I look at it. Actually, it reminds me of It reminds me back of 2022. This is in 2022 and 23. We have Bauman and Stott back. I mean, 4th and 5th. I mean, that was the lineup. I mean,
well, Oscar, you let me ask you, how reliant do you think the Phillies are on analytics? Are they so stubborn to the analytics that, and I don't know what analytic they would use for Stott, but just in general, like when they make their lineup day to day, is it very dependent on analytics?
I think it's an influence in the decision. I think Topper makes the final decision. But the other thing is we have to think who Rob Thompson is. He's a very loyal guy. He believes in trusting on his players and putting everything on the players' shoulders. So the bottom line here is he did not want it to make it. If he already told Bauman and Stott that we're going to be 4th and 5th here, he's having a hard time because of the way he's a player's manager of making those moves. He has to make the moves right now. I mean, Garcia and March should be moved up to 4th and 5th and just run with it for a week, 2 weeks. I mean, and just see what happens.
You know what, Oscar? This is what I worry about with Stott, too. Say they move him down and he still struggles. We're going to have a conversation about him again. And it was a conversation.
Have to split the time. You have to split the time between Sosa and Stott, period. That's it.
But it was the conversation I had with people last year, like before the season, like this was the make or break year for him. And until July, he didn't do it. And then he was great. And we're back to this again. Maybe he's just a slow starter. I don't know.
Could be, but I think by all metrics, all analytics, Marsh should be in the 5-hole. Hey, not a great option, best option for this team.
I agree.
And then
Against right-handed pitching, I love him in the 5th hole.
Yeah, I agree.
Marsh then in the 5-hole. Then you've got Bohm hitting in a much more comfortable spot for him, 6th spot, and then you could probably go with Stott, JT, Crawford down the 7, 8, and 9 spots in the lineup. But it'll be interesting to see what they do tomorrow against Arizona. There is some murmurs that they are going to do something with the lineup. Jeff, as you've been talking about here on Phillies Fastball segment, they did it after 12 games last year. This will be game 13 coming back to Citizens Bank Park. So they didn't hit back-to-back shutouts out there, but how did they pitch, guys? What do we make of yesterday's day? Aaron Nola gets the ball. He's throwing a shutout. 2 on. Devers, a left-handed hitter. What's the move there?
Would you have taken them out?
I would. I mean, I thought about it when it happened. I mean, I would definitely have taken him out. Look, you had a lefty. Devers is one of the most powerful hitters in all of baseball. I know it's not an ideal stadium. I think it was a time. Look, that's where the analytics come into play, in my view.
I think that's where Tanner Banks enters the game, right?
Yeah, that's where Tanner Banks has historically entered the game.
Yeah.
It is a complex. I mean, because Nola, let's give credit to Nola. He's been pitching really well.
He pitched well yesterday too. And the thing is, I just keep going back to it. And remember, Oscar, we talked about this yesterday. You can't win if you can't score anyway. So maybe that's why he figured it. Hey, you know what? This is Aaron Nola. This is what I pay the guy for.
Well, this is more right. This is more the big picture here of how your pitching looks. Nola's 6 innings. He was at like 80 some pitches when that at bat started. So he wasn't, at 100 pitches, and they left him out there. So it seemingly he's cruising along. Now there's 2 on in the spot, and a left-handed hitter comes up,
and you
do have Alvarado
earlier today. Yeah,
what's that?
He got out of a couple of those jams earlier, so it's why not go back? But yeah, I'm with you guys. I mean, look, it's hindsight, obviously, but you're thinking, okay, maybe Tanner Banks comes in that game. But was Tanner Banks even available?
Right, I was going to say they did use Banks the night before in the 6-0 game. So Alvarado, though, he is, he was there. I don't know that he was warmed up, but Banks pitched 18 pitches the night before. So was he available? Was he not available? You also have Meza. Who's pitched very well for you that possibly could have been ready for Devers in that spot as well. But hey, there's the number again, Oscar. 0 for 5, 9 left on base. What is that for the series now? I mean, that number's got to be astronomical.
I'll have it here. Let me just give me a second here, and I'll show.
They have to be at least 27 for 28th and runners.
No. Look at this. Here we go.
Oh man. So 3 hits in what? 27 at bats.
3 for 27 in runners in scoring position. So
and the left on base for the Giants is bigger. I probably just
111 with runners in scoring position in the series.
Yeah, the Giants
27 left on base. Yeah, guys, 27 17. Left on base.
Yeah.
So they're getting on base. They're just not doing anything with it.
Yeah. I mean, listen, the story's been the lack of offense.
And the Giants is 17. I didn't update that number there in terms of left on base, but they went 10 for 33. That is a very good, batting average for runners in scoring position.
My question for you guys, and this is what I got a lot from people on social media, was they're 6-6. They've won, but they've played a very easy schedule so far. I mean, Colorado supposed to be one of the worst teams in baseball. Washington picked to be last in the division. Texas, a mediocre team most likely. The Giants,
I was impressed with Texas, by the way.
Yeah, Giants, middle of the pack type of team. So.
We haven't faced a 500-plus team this year.
So, and they're not until what? They play the Cubs?
Yeah.
Are the Cubs even 500?
Arizona's 6-6. So,
well, actually, the National League has 10 teams at 500 or better. The only team under 500
only has 3, right?
Yeah, 5 for the AL.
5. Okay, so now
San Francisco and Washington are the only 2 teams in the National League under 500, and the Phillies have played both of them.
and they're 3-3 against them, and they need a walk-off win in one of them.
Yeah. Pitching matchup, we got a good one this weekend. There's some good pitching
Mike,
matchups.
let's spend a second and talk about Wheeler, because I think that's one of the key things that happened yesterday. Wheeler had a great game. I saw the game, 61 pitches, 44 strikes. He looked really, really good. I like what I saw from him.
I was impressed. And look, I wouldn't be too concerned about the fastball. It's still spring training for him. The fastball was effective.
Sorry, my bad.
It was moving. The breaking pitches were great. I was really impressed by Zach Wheeler yesterday. I mean, the one run he gave up was off a bloop. So you can't be upset over this. Like, he's one start away, guys. I think he starts Tuesday, and then I think he joins this rotation.
Yeah, his velocity is still not there. 93.8, 93, 92.5, 92.7, 92.4 inning by inning. He's still a couple, 2-3 miles behind where he normally has been. But look, it's great to see him pitch. Still, the other part that I notice, and I have it there on a chart if you're looking at it visually, is his secondary pitches were effective, but they were not near as close as they needed to be to a strike zone.
So Wheeler 4 1/3, 3 hits, a run, a walk, 6 strikeouts. Good news for the Phillies, but pitching hasn't been their problem. Tomorrow, Phillies fastball is back. Luzardo, Soroka, Walker, and Fott, Painter, and Gallen. They are the pitching matchups. 2 afternoon games, a Saturday afternoon at the ballpark and Sunday afternoon. By the way, Phillies, Arizona, you can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN radio for all the people out there watching us from down the shore. That game will be on 97.3. And, of course, we will be back with more tomorrow looking at the Phillies and Diamondbacks, old friends from the National League Championship Series. And, of course, our Phillies fastball segment. It's brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go to catch every Phil's game, and the Sports Bash live April 30th at Ventnor Social, bringing you Phillies fastball daily here on the Sports Bash. You know, one of the things we look at is this lineup. Rob Thompson did say they're going to probably make some changes to the lineup. I would like to see what the computer spits out this time. It's got to be different than Stott hitting in the 5-hole. You got to hope that the computer says, mistake on our part, Stott out of 5-hole, please. I think that will happen on Friday night. You'll see the Phillies and Soroka, right-handers, who most likely they'll have their left-handed heavy lineup out there for the game on Friday night. Saturday afternoon, Brandon Fott and Zach Gallen is the Sunday afternoon matchup against Andrew Painter. I'm Mike Hill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Flyers hockey tonight. They take on the Detroit Red Wings. We got the UnSportsmanLike moment of the day on the way, plus one more chance for you to qualify to win tickets to see a Birds game at the Link this season. Listen for that sounder. It's the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City, and live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel.
How many times does this guy have to tell us he doesn't want to be in Cleveland before they listen? He asks out last year they give him a new deal for him to stay. He talks about how I'm comfortable with the QB plan. What the heck was the QB plan a year ago? What is it now? I'm not sure. He then restructures his contract willingly to say, sure, I won't take money now. I'll take it later. Why did everyone say they did that? They said they did that because it technically would be either this year or next year easier to trade. New coach, new coordinator. He's not there for voluntary workouts. Trade this man already.
That's Evan Cohen on UnSportsmanLike. It's the UnSportsmanLike moment of the day for today. Trade this man already. You know, it perked my attention up because we talked to Andrew DeCecco earlier for Football at 4, and he said there's not a great edge rusher in the draft class. So, is it a possibility that Howie Roseman is listening to the cries of one Myles Garrett to say, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I wouldn't be now what would you be more shocked? Joel Embiid he's not playing tonight, right? He's got surgery, appendicitis. Most likely will miss the rest of the regular season, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's out if they make the play-in. I would imagine he does not play in any of the play-in games. Maybe long shot that he would be back to play if they made the playoffs.
First round.
That would be next Saturday. So that would give him about a little over a week. From all the timelines we're hearing, they're all over the place. But that being said, could the trade that Howie Roseman makes, we all keep hearing A.J. Brown, A.J. Brown, A.J. Brown, but could the trade he makes be for Myles Garrett?
Listen, I don't think you could put.
By the way, I just thought of something.
What?
June 1st, you trade A.J. Brown for a first and a third round pick in next year's draft.
And then use those picks.
Is that the pick that you used to get Myles Garrett?
It very possibly could be. I have to double check Myles Garrett's contract, but I believe that he probably is a money savings for both the Browns and the team that acquires him after June 1st. I'll double check. But let me ask you, Mike, if the Eagles on June 2nd trade away A.J. Brown and acquire Myles Garrett,
well, that's the trade that I keep saying. If I trade A.J. Brown away and I don't get anything to help the 2026 team, I can't do that. But if I trade A.J. Brown and I end up getting Myles Garrett because I traded A.J. Brown, now I got a player that's helping the 2026 team, and now the trade becomes more justifiable. Because one of the problems is if you trade A.J. Brown post-draft, you can't get a player in this year's draft to help your team out now. And I don't think that New England's going to give you a player in a trade that will help your team this year. So if I get the pick, can I use that pick next year? And it's Cleveland, so that pick will probably be pretty it's New England, so that pick will be probably probably in the back end of the draft, maybe in the 20s. So I can afford to give that thing away and say, Cleveland, here you go. Here's a first-round pick. And then maybe you have to do something else, I'm sure. But, every year that Garrett stays in Cleveland, his trade value diminishes.
So here's interesting information for you, Mike. Myles Garrett only has 2 more years of guaranteed money. After 2027, he has 0 guaranteed money. So this actually would be a smart trade for the Eagles because the Eagles could say, hey, we get a guy who's a prime rusher for at least 2 years, and then after that, we'll figure it out.
Okay, well, just something to think about in our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. I heard Evan Cohen say that this morning, and then when DeCecco was talking about the lack of edge rushers at 23, I said, hey, maybe there's a little something I can come up with here.
Also, if they want to know the incentive for the Browns would, if they wait till after June 1st, it is only a $15 million dead cap hit for them. Whereas before, it's 30.
All right, I want to Dr. David Chow, Pro Football Doc, has commented on the Embiid stuff. Now, again, he just comments. He doesn't know the patient.
But he knows more than we do.
Assuming the diagnosis was made before rupture, lap appendectomy can quickly return. 2-week timeline is reasonable. Given late season, Embiid might be done unless Sixers can get through play-in without him. Pros have returned to full action in 2 days after emergency appendectomy, but that was a coach. So he did say 2-week timeline is reasonable if the diagnosis was made before a rupture.
Right. So for those who don't know, you can have your appendix removed and it not be ruptured. It's the rupture, from what I have read and heard. So like, we have a coworker here who said the rupture is what actually kept him out longer, was because it's not a normal going get it out.
Okay, so what's more impressive? Embiid dropping 34 with his appendix about to burst, scoring 50 with Bell's palsy.
The Bell's palsy. because appendicitis is something that you can have for a while and it doesn't immediately hit you. You know what I mean? You know, like our coworker Chris, he said he felt no actual like sickness for a while and he had it. Bell's palsy, like, that is a serious thing, and most people would be on the couch, like, you know, clothed with their eyes closed with a mask over their face. They'll get like darkness. Like, that is a serious thing where you get headaches, you can't move your face. Him scoring 50 with Bell's palsy may as well be the most impressive thing he's ever done.
So there's that. I hate to laugh about it, but I mean, it's just.
How can you not laugh? It's so ridiculous.
It is. It's unbelievable. It's just absolutely ridiculous that you couldn't say, I'm going to come up with a freak injury that Joel will have to deal with. Let's pick one. What can I come up with this time that it sounds just bizarre?
I mean, are you in the Nick Earnshaw category, or you think the Sixers are just cursed at this point?
Not necessarily. Like, listen, I don't think anybody curses a real thing. I just don't believe that. But there's just unfortunate, bizarre situation. But I think, as Nick said, I think that his body is breaking down on him. And I think that's one of the problems here, is his body is just simply not allowing him to play at the level that he can play at frequently enough for him to be as successful as he can be. That's obvious. I'm not saying anything that is like crazy here, but the one thing is that when he plays, that's the more unbelievable part, is that he has these bizarre injuries and he doesn't play. And then he does go out and play, and it's as if he never missed a day.
Right. That is crazy.
Let's get to the White Horse RV. Couple text messages. Joey V. in Ventnor. What's up, Joey D? Need more contact hitters. Luis Ariz would have been good base hits regularly. Maybe time to bring up De La Cruz as well. Guys need to slap singles instead of relying on the long ball with runners in scoring position. Joey D. in Ventnor City. De La Cruz is a strikeout guy, so I don't know, but I would agree. I think De La Cruz is a better option to be the other left fielder. I think Otto Kemp, to me, I've never been impressed with Otto Kemp. Maybe he's a hit machine and I'm just not seeing it, but I think Otto Kemp could be the Dylan Moore. He could play second. He could play, third. He could play first. You don't need Dylan Moore. Dylan Moore is never going to play second. I mean, he played there the other night. He didn't have to. You didn't have to play Dylan Moore at second. By the way, you could have played Dylan Moore at third and Sosa at second. You probably would have been better.
I have two issues with the whole Otto Kemp thing. Before we get to that, I just want to remind people, Luis Arias, I believe, is he left-handed or a switch hitter?
I think he's a switch.
I'll double-check that. But I have two problems with the Otto Kemp thing. Number one.
If anything, he's left. I mean, if he's not a switch, he's left.
So my first problem with Otto Kemp is I feel like this organization basically wants to give him a job. I don't feel like he ever earned it. Like you said, him and Dylan Moore.
Well, he did hit a lot at AAA last year. And again, at AAA, take with a grain of salt.
I'm with you. I look at him and Dylan Moore and be like, what's the difference? Why have two guys do the same thing? And Dylan Moore's a better defensive player than Kemp is.
He's left.
Arias?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's left-handed. So, I mean, that doesn't work for this lineup.
Yeah.
So then if he's the left-hander.
And he doesn't have any place to play in the field. I mean, he's a vagabond. He was playing second the other day. He played first last year.
I mean, if you made the argument that your infield was Harper, Luis Arias, Turner, and Bohm, I think maybe that's the theory, that Luis would replace Stott.
Which isn't happening. I mean, they're just not benching Stott.
Well, you would maybe trade him, is I think maybe the theory. The theory is you would just get rid of him.
I don't know that Dust Stott has any trade value. I mean, we've gone through that before. I don't think Bohm or Stott have any trade value that you're going to get any better. Like, you could trade them, but I don't think you're getting anything of substance in return.
Yeah, I don't. You said this comment earlier, and I'll just kind of like repurpose it. The Phillies know they're between a rock and a hard place. So no matter what they do, they're going to have to make decisions that either are going to make them look dumb, or they have to make decisions that involve them basically swallowing their pride and making a move that's not going to, be the most beneficial short term, might benefit them long term.
Yeah, well, they're in a spot now where they have to ride out. They're in a situation where they have to ride out the Harper and Turner contracts. I mean, what else are you going to do? They have no trade clauses. So you're kind of stuck with the core, and you just signed Schwarber for 5 more years, by the way. Not the Schwarbers, I'm not writing them off or anything. I'm just saying,
No,
the
you're
core
not.
of the team is not. This is what the team is going to look like for at least 3 to 5 more seasons. More than 3. Harper signed through 2029, right?
I'd say 29 or 30. Let me double check.
One of the two. And then you've got Turner for an extra year after that.
Yeah, I think Turner's actually 2033.
Yeah, it's not. So you're fundamentally, the team can't look much different. And this is where they were after the 08 team. In 09, and they came up short. In 10, they came up short. In 11, they came up short. And then they came back with the same group of guys, but they were all diminished players. Howard diminished. Utley diminished. Now, the problem with Utley and Howard had the Achilles tear, and that really changed him. And then Utley, he ended up getting hurt. So these guys aren't hurt yet, I say. But injury has it. Now, Harper has been in and out of the lineup at times, but Turner's had some hamstring issues, but it hasn't wrecked his seasons. But that's what happened to the 08 group is Howard got the Achilles tear. He wasn't the same player. Then, I don't know, remember the Utley thing was like a weird elbow thing.
He started piling up all kinds of injuries.
And then he just went down the toilet. So,
By the way, Turner, I was correct, is 2033. Bryce Harper, I was a year off. He's 2031.
Yeah, so this is the core of the team, and they just signed Schwarber was a 5-year deal.
5-year deal.
Yeah. So you got these guys for a while. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform and on YouTube, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Check us out on YouTube each and every day. You can watch the show live tomorrow. A happy hour Friday. We'll get you ready for the Phillies and the Diamondbacks. We'll close out today's show. Coming up next. Last time today, caller 6 and caller 7, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7, you are entered for this year's Eagles draft party at the Balcony Bar at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Caller 6 and caller 7, we'll see you there. You must be present to win if you want to win the Eagles Club Box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field this season. Plus, we have an overnight stay at Ocean Casino Resort, concert tickets, comedy shows, gift cards. You must be present to win on Thursday, April 23rd. Make sure you can be there on Thursday, April 23rd, when the Sports Bash is live. Caller 6, caller 7, good luck.